Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the British Shores live stream, day 130. So today's focus, of course, well not maybe of course, but there is two things that we're going for. One is something that we've been working slightly towards for about the last week that we're finally going to have, which is the Oyster Venture. This was the only venture that we did not have set up to a level 200 plus, and we are finally getting it, well, set up. It's already set up, it's ready to claim in like an hour or so. And honestly, I think we gained like an entire fishing level from it. It's actually insane how much XP it gives. Like, we're going to see this bar just shoot all the way up. It's going to be insane. But yeah, it's a 24-hour venture, so it gives a lot of XP. And it's boosted based on the tool, unlike every other venture in the game. So not only is it a lot of XP, but it's also being boosted by 10%. Once we get a few more fishing levels, it should be boosted by another 5% on top of that, which also stacks into the 10%. But, or sorry, not that one. We haven't gotten the first time there, but this one over here. The oyster thing at 231. But yeah, we'll be running as our venture for a little while, but the main thing I wanted to go do, of course, if you look at our level distribution, there is one that is the lowest, of course, as will be any at any given time, unless we get like 500 all. But there is one that is lower than the others, and it is Chef. And I figured we focus on Chef today, so that we can upgrade our bounties. Our bounties for Chef are still scaled to 197. The way that they work is they scale based on the highest level dish that you have. So currently all of our bounties are scaled as if we had 197 Chef or similar level, which of course is pre-200. So we haven't actually gotten to post 200 yet. It doesn't shoot up as much as like ventures and other things like that. It's not going to be like a 4 times better kind of situation, but it will be better. So I do want to go and unlock that, since we've kind of been doing that a lot to try to make sure we don't have to make as many leek pies, because gosh, we got to go make a billion leek pies. But doing some leek pies now will make it so we don't need to make as many leek pies later, is basically what we're doing today, is leek pieing all the way to 208. And honestly, I think I'm dumping all knowledge today into Chef. As our only real goal, get 208 Chef. Which sounds pretty quick, but a lot of it I don't have banked yet, so we are going to need to do a bit of bank runs here and there. With that being said, it's pretty much right after the hour, so I think it is about time that we go and yeah, let's go hand in our bounty thing. Let's go get whatever we need off the bounty board, go get all of that, grab a little bit over here. Whenever we do buy, of course, we will be clearing out our inventory and buying 24 at a time. However, I do want to use everything we have banked before we buy any more. We will definitely at some point to stream need to buy more than what we have, though. The total amount that we have will definitely not last us forever, that is for sure. And let me go see what we have over here. Anything? I think I already claimed most of them, if not all of them. Oh. Well, we kind of claimed all of them. Interesting. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I guess we will grab some more supplies right now while we're waiting. As, oh wow, we cleared out everything. I knew I took a lot of them earlier. I didn't realize I took out every single one of them. Yeah, that works, I guess. Well, let's keep buying supplies. So, the main two things we need for the leek pie, which gives all of our XP, is the pastry dough and the chicken in it, since it's a chicken and leek pie. And the main reason we want to be doing this is actually a lot compared to any other dish we could be doing right now. I think it's over 1 million XP per hour, and I believe that's counting bank time. So when you're just cooking, I think we're getting closer to like 1.5-ish mil an hour, somewhere around there. Maybe even closer to 2 mil. When how many we need per level is like 2.1, so that's not too bad. It's just the thing does put into account having to go to the shop, which does take out a lot of time where you're doing absolutely nothing like right now. Once you actually start cashing it in, it should go way quicker. And we do have enough for, I think, like an hour and a half, 2 hours already banked. So that will help us out for a good majority of the time. We'll probably still need a little bit more than how much we have banked, though. But probably not that much more. I think like 1,000 total, and we have like 600-700 currently in there. And of course, we're getting them 24 at a time, though there is 2 stacks that we need to go get up rather than simply 1. Also, I keep losing track of which one I've done last. I've been doing this the entire time whenever I've been getting them. It's like, oh yeah, which one did I just do? Luckily, we don't have to alternate between 3 like the lobster or something, which we will still have to do. After we get our next cooking bounty, the only one we drop is grilled bass. Everything else we still will have to do. So any grilled bass I have, I do kind of want to try using up, as after today, we will never need to do grilled bass ever again, and no longer will need to drop the bass. It's going to be sad to say goodbye to the drop the bass. But we do get to drop the bass today, and never need to do it again. We will eventually have to do another bass, just not the drop the bass. Which means it's dead content to ever go fish or do anything with again. Because it goes based on your most recent 5. So next we lose the grilled bass, and after that we'll lose the lobster, which that would be nice. The lobster, while really profitable, is so annoying to make. Oddly enough, it's actually more XP than the leek pies that we're doing, at least per item. But it requires so many extra steps that's actually worse. Oh, that one guy, high-level guy, is actually going for the chest. I've done that occasionally. Go for a couple of chests here and there. I personally feel like it's only worth it in Chapter 4, because you still get the brick and tiles early for, like, Chapter 5 and everything. But I believe they're based on the tier of the trunk. And that's a really, really low tier trunk, so I normally don't bother going for it. Anyways, are we at the hour now? I think we are. Let's go grab whatever we need. Which I can start cooking whatever we have as well. Because I forgot, we do have 2 things already ready to go. Might as well go cook those. And get a run going for that. Let's see, we need 8 of you. We need 8 of oyster. Okay, I got, alright, we have enough drop the bass. That's good. We need exactly 8 of the oyster, which perfectly, conveniently, is the rest of our inventory. We're running low on them, but hey, our venture's coming in for the first time soon. So we're not going to need to worry about that soon. And let me go turn all these in real quick. Double check what our message board is. Grab whatever we need for that. Pretty sure we won't have that much inventory for it, but of course we could always make 2 runs. It's not that big a deal. And then, yeah, we'll start doing our actual chef grind then. Which is basically leek pie into leek pie into leek pie. We're going to have to do a little bit of potion juggling, which is going to get really, really, really annoying. But there isn't really a way around it. It's one of the reasons I only want to go to 208 right now and just get our bounty upgrade and not do all of them. This is a activity that greatly, 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 absurdly so benefits from having, what would you call it? From having a, oh, what do you even call it? I already forgot its name. But it benefits greatly. Oh yeah, equipable potion. If they're going to be adding that quest in the near future, in the next few days, next few weeks, it is so required to have a equipable potion for this method. You can do it without it in the current state of the game, but gosh, is it clunky and a half. So, yeah, we're only going to be doing it to 208. Also because I don't have enough leaks to do it all the way anyways. Because we were doing knowledge on Together as we were doing it. Plus, we still haven't even done the other 8 levels. We only did 8 so far. Still got to do the other 8 at some point, which we'll get to. It'll be for all of our bounties down the line once we do end up getting around to that, though. That is perfectly fine. Okay, let's go see what our bounties are and then do some normal chef. Lance at Southfall, that is free. This, no. Actually, we're going to be making so many leek pies. This is basically as free as it gets. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Alright. Yeah, we can take all of this then. And those 2 we do later then. But these, we can all do. And we're going to be doing 1 billion leek pies anyway. So honestly, these 2 pretty free to go and turn in then. Alright, what do I need that I didn't already have then? Just 1 single bass? Okay, that's fine. It's easy. Grab 1 bass, and I believe there's everything then. Unless you want to go get a 6 leek pie made up real quick. Which would be kind of annoying to do with this inventory. Is it on route? Captain, what's her name's route? It kind of is. You know what? We'll do it. It's a little bit weird to go do, but it's already on path for, since we have to teleport back anyways. The only 2 that are out of our way, Scrap Merchant and Little Lucy, but we'll get to them at a different time this stream. But for now, let me go drop all of you, grab 666, and that should be everything we need then. Then we can go do our run with a full boosted potion as well. Grab 6 of you, grab 6 of you, and grab 6 of, not that, the leek. That's not a leek. That is a lobster. Alright, we should be good to go. Put all these in there, cook all that, turn in all 4 of these. Probably use a 10% potion. I will be dumping all knowledge into Chef today as well. Something that we don't normally do, but I really want to get it to its higher tier because we start getting more XP over time. And of course, at some point, in 1 hour and 17 minutes, we get to take our double oyster. So we'll probably do Chef for about an hour then and then go grab our oyster, then come back and do it for however long we need to do it until that says 208. As this stream does not end unless we get 208 Chef. This is pretty much the only goal we have for today. I'll still be grinding some other things, like getting Detective to 315 so I can start doing investigations, which honestly might be our pivot for tomorrow. Start doing Investigation Merchant to try to get 3 merchant levels. I think that might be our game plan. It's going to take a while to gain 3 merchant levels that way, because I believe we only gain 1 like every 3 to 4 hours, which seems slow, but it's because we're mostly focusing on Detective and just throwing in Merchant when we gear up some free XP. But that might be the goal for tomorrow then. I know it might go a little bit shorter than that, I'm not sure. But I at least want to poke the Detective investigations, start getting them rolling again. As, yeah, well, 3/4 of a Detective level when we're there. I was hoping to have that by today, but we fell a little bit short, but we'll get it later. Alright. But today's goal, 3 chef levels. By any means necessary. Alright, so what are we doing? Ella, Vincible. Oh no, we gotta go to Vincible. Ill. Do I do Vincible first? I think I have to. If I want to turn in everything in 1 potion, I have to do Vincible first, even though it's a little bit of backtrack. But in all fairness, I would have to backtrack through there anyways. Yep, someone over there. Wait, was that someone saying a thing? That's funny. I went the opposite direction of us, though. Oh, also, finally, these ventures, we get to go check today. Look at that. 1 hour to go. It might not seem like anything impressive, but once you see the XP drop... Let's see, how much XP are we going to be getting? I think it's almost enough for our level. We are currently right at the start of when you could first do it. And claiming it 1 time, or, you know, both of them once, is nearly going to be a level. I think we're only going to be like a couple 100,000 short. Like a eighth of a bar. Anyways, what are we doing? Yeah, Invincible. Let me just double check. What do we need? What do we need? He wants, quick. What was Invincible? He wanted Oyster. Alright, Oyster, Ella, then go all the way at the end. We'll definitely be able to get the first 3. The one that's mainly in question is getting back to the captain in time, but it's worth so little that it's not too big a deal if we don't. Also, I've been using 10% for cooking bounties now. Is that worth it every time? Probably not. But there have been a lot of times if I'm turning in like 4 items or more, I'll use the 10%. Mostly because we're going to be making a lot of them soon. The second we get 209 Forager, we're going to have like 1,500 more of them. So I figured, we can splurge them a little bit here and there, get a little bit extra speed. If we're going to make them, might as well get value from them. The only problem is we got to make that 1,500 last for a very, very long time because it's not like other skills. For Hopeport, it's very different because you get every single potion pre-200. So it's not like the other ones where it's like, oh yeah, we'll have a backup potion later down the line. So when it comes to something like the mining potions, for example, I'm not too worried about them. Because later down the line, it's like, oh, we're just going to make a bunch of 8 and 10% anyways. So we don't really need to worry about if we run out of like our 12,000 potions and our 1,000 8% or 7%, whatever it was and everything. Like we don't need to worry about that as much. But what we do need to worry about is the ones for Hopeport. Because what we have right now, after we go and create the 1,500 more 10%, that's everything we have, like for forever. And 1,500 might sound like a lot, but when you compare it to an average skill, it's actually pretty low. Because I'm pretty sure most of them post 200, you're going to make like over 10,000 of, if not more. Like around 10,000-ish or so, give or take a little bit. So having only like 2,000 total ever made is not ideal, so that's the wrong thing. I meant to do this one. Let's see, can we get it back in time? I don't think we can, but we'll try. Go! Luckily, this is the closest one to the teleport, so we might be fine. It's not too big a deal because it's the lowest XP one of all these, but hey, 10%'s 10%. It's still like 2,000 something XP. Let's see. You're plushie hunting in Palia as usual. Nice. Yeah, we'll finally be starting Xenoblade Chronicles X next week. We're talking about some, of course, on the Gems of War stream. I think we're starting that on either Thursday or Friday. I'm just not sure when it says it's coming out on Thursday, if that means like Wednesday night or if that means Thursday night. Because I don't know how time zones work sometimes. Time zones seem to work differently all the time. As far as how people post about them. But I'm not sure if Thursday means Thursday night? Or when it says Thursday, does that mean like Wednesday night? Or does that mean midday Wednesday? I'm not sure what of those 3 it means. Something I need to find clarification on. Because as long as Brighter Shores doesn't get an update that day, we'll probably be starting on Thursday. And if it does, we'll probably start on Friday then. Alright, let's start doing our leak pie thingy then. Alright. Honestly, I should probably start a despawn timer just to make sure I don't accidentally despawn them, but honestly, as long as we don't delay, we should never accidentally despawn the stack. So what we're going to be doing is basically 888. We showed this a little bit the other day. I'm pretty sure Miles Yes was doing this the entire grind as well. But it's a really efficient way to do Chef from 197 all the way till 217, honestly. We're only doing it to 208 right now so we can get our better bounties. So we don't need as many of these down the line. Because it's still annoying banking all the supplies for them. But basically, we do 8, we drop 8, we do 8, we drop 8, we do 8, we grab a potion, drink the potion, drop all the potions, and then pick up the entire stack, do all 24 of them while under the effect of the potion the entire time, and then boom, we're good to go. There's our game plan. Got a pretty streamlined system here. So you drop the 8, you grab the 8s, and this works out perfectly because how the inventory is, as obviously fills up perfectly with 3 8s. And it's one of the reasons why having a equipable potion would be so nice, because it skips having to need to do this whole juggle phase, which you kind of do have to do because 5% is pretty useful, or any amount of extra percent there, since cooking, of course, does not have any tools that normally boost it at all. Hey, how goes the Palia grind as well? I need to go revisit at some point. You need to show me, you need to do me a tour at some point through Palia and Palworld again. Because at this point, I'm like an ultra noob at both of them by this point. With all the updates both of them have gotten in the last several months. I'm gonna need help. Also, I'll probably try it on Steam Deck too. I haven't tried them on Steam Deck yet. See if that works over well. Because I'm having an issue getting it working on PC, my controller, for some reason. Ever since I got the new PC, I've been having Bluetooth work so badly with it. Luckily, every single one of my devices right now are wired up to it. Including internet and everything else. But I'm having a lot of struggle getting Bluetooth devices to properly hook up to the computer. including controllers. Luckily, every game we plan to stream on PC this year does not require a controller. Oops, I did that wrong. What we should do is grab this, drink this, double drop this, which is kind of annoying. Grab all this if I could ever click the right button. And then we go to this. There we go. And as long as I didn't take too much time, this should work for every one of our 24 pies. Then we sell them all and repeat until that level says 208. Or until we run out of supplies, because that will probably happen first. Running out of supplies. Because each one of these is, what, 4.1k? I think you can make a couple hundred of them per hour. I'm not sure the exact amount. It might actually be a little bit more than that. But currently we're getting 4k each. Because the wiki numbers, I believe, mentioned it was like 1.1 mil an hour, EXP-wise. However, it accounted for bank time. Whereas obviously when we're doing it back to back to back to back, it's not any bank time. Also, I'm pretty sure the wiki did 8 at a time rather than 24 at a time. So they have a lot more walking compared to normal. Because you would have to walk over to that guy 3 times instead of once. Maybe a cookie can help me. Yeah, I think the biggest issue is the dongle that came with the computer. That does like the Wi-Fi signal and the Bluetooth thing. It's a really low quality one. I think just at some point I just need to get a better one or something. I think that's the biggest issue. Is the one that came with the computer was really bad. Like, I don't use the mouse or the keyboard that came with it either. Though in all fairness, the keyboard wasn't too bad. The mouse was pretty underwhelming though. Obviously I didn't buy it for those things. But honestly, I should go replace its antenna thingy. I'm not sure how you would do that, because I've never really had a system that worked with that. But I'm pretty sure that's the biggest issue. I've also heard people mention before I even got it that I had issues with a Windows 11, so that could also be the issue. As this is a Windows 11 computer. That's not too big a deal. It'll only really matter if we ever stream a game that requires controller. That is PC only. But every game I plan to do, like this entire rest of the year, is not in that category. There are games that will be PC only, like when we do Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out, but that's easily mouse and keyboard. Definitely don't need controller for that. I'm trying to think what else is coming out only on PC this year that I would be playing. None comes to mind other than Slay the Spire 2. That or some indie game that comes out of nowhere or something. Is there anyone that comes to mind off the top of my head? That's specifically PC exclusive. But also requires controller. These none come to mind. But anyways, hopefully you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful start of your weekend. As far as our Brighter Shores plans in the near future, today is going to be Chef to 208, so we can get our higher bounties, as well as doing our first ever oyster venture, which is available in an hour from now. And beyond that, game plan for tomorrow is probably Detective Merchant. I want to start working that up. I'm still not sure which one we're going to be doing when we're AFK during Xenoblade Chronicles X next week. It's either going to be Chef or Detective. But, I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'll probably start aiming for Detective, and if it seems like we won't be able to reach it in time, we'll hard pivot to Chef. It's one of the reasons why we're doing some of the Chef grind now, so I can at least be passively getting better XP. This is useful regardless, though. It's something you should always consider when you're next to your next cooking bounty. Because every single one of your XP drops from this message board scales based on whichever highest dish you have. So if you're really close to your next dish, you should always try getting those last few levels if you're doing these like every single hour or multiple times a day or any amount. Just because it gives you more XP whenever you do it for every item, not just one item. Like not just the new item, but every single item increases in value. At least XP wise. I'm not sure if the turn-in value increases that much. I think it does slightly. But mostly the XP value is the main one that you want that ends up increasing off it. Oh, so hello, Krydak. Welcome, welcome. That's what we're trying to go for right now. All right, grab all this, grab this, drink that, drop this, drop that. Drop a little bit of everything. Boom, boom. Grab all this, grab all that. But honestly, I really like this gameplay loop. I wish all Chef could be done with like this. The only issue is you eventually run out of supplies. I really wish you didn't have to buy all the supplies. Honestly, I can't wait till trading comes out. I'm going to buy like 10,000 of every single cooking supply. I'm gonna buy like 10,000 pastry dough, 10,000 chickens, 10,000 bread, 10,000 like everything. That's just like a base supply for chef, just so I never need to run to that bank. I don't care how much people are upcharging, I will probably buy it. Honestly, every number at like at least a 4-digit, if not a 5-digit number, just so we never need to go back there again. So we simply just have to forage our potatoes, gather our leeks, fish our fish. But everything else I just want to have done. I don't want to have to go to that shop for any reason. Ever. Once trading comes out. I wonder how much some of them will cost. But whatever it is, I think it's worth it. As long as we have a decent chunk of money at the time. And assuming we're focusing chef. Because buying all those supplies and not focusing on chef would be a little bit detrimental. As they're not going to be cheap. 10,000 of any supply, even if it's only like 1 silver each. That's still like, what, 10 gold? Wait, what does that come out to? Yeah, that would still be 10 gold. Even if they were only 1 silver each, which would likely be a little bit more than that. Some of them might be that cheap, but not all of them. But yeah, just 1 stack of 10,000, even if at 1 silver each would be 10 gold, that is pretty pricey. And you need that for like 10 different items, pretty much. That's already 100 gold right there, plus they're probably going to be a bit more expensive than that. Because some of their buy prices are almost already 1 silver, like the lemon juice, for example. It's like 900 something, so it's basically 1 silver already. Oh, also, this makes quite a bit of money per hour, by the way. I forget exactly, but it's almost 2 gold an hour, not counting getting the supplies. If you're just doing the final step, it's actually insane. If you farmed your own leeks, or, you know, gathered your own leeks, as well as, you know, bought all the supplies from the shop, and then you counted just the production time, this is something like 2 point something gold an hour. Obviously, you're ignoring every single piece of gathering time, where you're going to a shop and everything else. But if you're counting just this part, it's about 2 gold an hour, roughly. Because every time we turn in, we're getting like 100 silver or so. And I believe it's even more after the update, compared to before. It's not that much more, but leeks went up, so the dish that is related to it also went up. I'm pretty sure it was less than a few percent, but we're actually making more money now than before the update. As they end up making a lot of things further from a bank cost more. And almost every single thing in a shop ended up going up slightly. But for chef, they also did the same thing for some of the dishes, where they scaled them up accordingly. And while it's only like a few percent, maybe we're getting like an extra 100 copper each or something, that adds up. Every single inventory, that's like 2.4 silver, compared to if we were to do it before the update. Because none of these supplies are anymore. The chicken's still the same, the pastry's still the same. It's only the leek that went up. These used to cost 7 point something from the shop, but now they cost 8 point something. But of course, we got them all for free for all doing Gatherer. So we're actually making slightly more profit now. If you were to buy them from the shop, it'd be, I believe, exactly the same. But if you specifically gather them, it's like a few percent increase compared to before the update. Nothing huge, but still better. Yeah, I gotta remember the potion here. The only thing that's really annoying is in order to grab this properly, I always have to move at least 1 tile away. You can't grab it from here. Well, you can grab it from here, but you can't drop them here. Otherwise, your character won't automatically pick up the leek pies. They'll try picking up the 2 potions first. So every single time, we can potion here if we want. We can pick this up from here. But every single time we want to drop, I have to move off this tile. Something that will be fixed once we have a full potion, but unfortunately it does not help us now. It feels so satisfying getting a full inventory of these, I do have to say. I wish every single item was doable like this. If you had them all banked, it would be. It's just a lot of them aren't worth banking that way. For example, when you're doing stews, it's not worth banking them. When you're doing a bacon sandwich, it's not worth banking them. The only reason why it's worth banking this is because you don't buy the leeks. So you can never actually have the leeks in your inventory. So anything that ever uses a fish or a... I guess fish you can kind of infinitely do if you store drift them. But anything that requires both supplies from this shop, but also an ingredient that you either want to fish, forge, gather, or anything else, you can't really properly buy from there and then go here. For one, you can't even buy fish here. And the other ingredients later down the line are just way too expensive. The leeks and potatoes. So it only really works with the ones that you could buy directly, like the omelet, the stew, the bacon sandwich. Those you should never, ever, ever bank. Just because it's better just to buy it, do it, process them, sell them, repeat. The only situation with bacon sandwich is you can drop it once and do like a small juggle, so you only have to sell to them once rather than twice. But you'd still buy everything from the shop, come over here, drop them all, buy everything from the shop, make them all, pick up the 12, sell them, go back. But at no point would they touch your bank. The only exception to that would be if you're trying to, like, super AFK. Like, if you wanted to get 10,000 stews to last you for, like, 2 days or something. And you just never want to leave the chef room or something. But anything that you ever put in the bank does slow you down. Because you always have to go through the bank interface again, rather than just already having it on you. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be dumping all knowledge into Chef today. This is speed it along a little. So we can start getting our extra bonus. After we get to 208, we wouldn't be, I don't think, the rest of the grind. Unless we're, like, absurdly close to 217 later down the line. Like, maybe at 215. Because honestly, using knowledge when you're really close to your next XP threshold is worth it. Like we were doing out mining earlier, even though mining XP is pretty good to get to 262. When we end up doing it on, when we end up doing it on Gather, try to get to our next objective, stuff like that. If you're getting close to it, it's definitely worth it. In some situations, you're actually getting more XP that way. If you get to the better XP threshold quicker. It's just that a lot of skills is not worth, like, constantly dumping it on, like Merchant, for example. Even though I have been occasionally. I have been occasionally. Actually, there's another one that we might do too. If we're really adamant about getting 344 Detective by next Friday or next Thursday, to be able to do that, I have to dump some amount of knowledge into Detective and or do the AFK activity at one of these 2 intervals. Only problem is you don't get the good one until 354, but that's when you don't even need to bother with it. That's the one that you can XP boost. So it's kind of unfortunate. Detective is really weird when it comes to its spread for what it has for, what do you call it? For passives. Not sure what they were thinking with it. Like, they don't require resources except for forensics. But there's 2 of them that are just average and basically do the same thing, which are evidence filing and interrogations. But then there's the very weird stakeouts. The thing that's weird about stakeouts is even though they're similar to the other 2, it's the only one that can be boosted out of any of them because they use these binoculars. So right now if we were to do it, we'd have a 14% bonus when doing a stakeout. Whereas everything else, of course, does not have a bonus for it. And it's just kind of strange. The other thing that's strange is the bounty board thing has a symbol on it as if you can EXP boost it, but you can't. It is actually not possible to enchant this item. It always has 0%. There's no way to make it higher. Yet it has a symbol as if you can make it higher. I'm not sure why it's still here. It's like a leftover thing from earlier. But, yeah, it's really weird. I wonder if they're even aware of it. The other thing that's kind of funny is, actually, I think we can see it here. Did they ever fix this number? Notice it says 292. If I'm not mistaken, the actual activity is not unlocked at 292. It is unlocked at 287. They still haven't even changed this thing's number from whenever they were originally scaling the numbers before release. Because this was never 292 in the history of the game. Since day one, it's always been 287. But they never changed the number from before they released the game. And no one has noticed yet. We mentioned that when we ended up unlocking it, but they still have not fixed it. The requirement for it still works correctly, but this thing is like so buggy in general. There's a lot of things they need to fix with the wanted poster. Or just completely remove its icon or something. Like, some of it's still using like pre-release code that is incorrect. So we got the whole stew brigade over here. The bacon brigade in the middle. And we're the only one doing anything over here. Join us. No one's joining us on the other... Hey, there we go. Someone joined us. You normally don't see people spamming these as much. Because you would have to actually do fishing or forager to be able to spam these. Or sorry, fishing or gatherer. I don't think there's anything here that is, there's nothing here that's, like, buyable from the shop only. Like, all the super easy ones use all the other things in the top area here. It's not a single easy one that ends up utilizing the grills over there. I just realized it's gonna bother me. My pastry dough is 124 off. I should go get a set of 24. It's gonna bother me to no end. I should go do that now. Because my two numbers aren't even for some reason. That's gonna bother me for the next, at least 2 hours. Let me go fix that. At some point, we will need to buy more supplies. I don't think what we have will be enough, even while dumping knowledge. Unless we get a lot of contracts within that time, but at most we're getting like 2 more sets. So it's not going to be that much. Alright, now we should be good to go. Let's hope so. So our despawn timer is going on those potions, but I believe there's enough time where even if we sit here for like minutes on end, we'll be fine. As long as the server doesn't disconnect us, we should be okay. Alright, there we go. Now they're nice and even. We have 701 left of both of them. We still have 3,000 leaks. But we'll eventually at some point in the stream run out of pastry dough and chicken. I was hoping I could buy them all before the stream started. I was able to get some, but not all of them. We got like 800-ish. I didn't bother calculating out exactly how many we need to stream. Mostly because it'd be annoying to calculate out for knowledge and bounties and everything else. But it's roughly 1,000 something, so we will need to buy slightly more. As we're doing about 800, but need about 1,000. But buying them doesn't take too long, or at least that small amount. If we needed thousands of them, that's a different story. Like, if we wanted to do every leak pie in our bank right now, oh gosh, we gotta go buy for like 3 hours straight or something. But luckily we're not doing that many. Oops, I forgot the pastry dough. That's the first time that's happened. Though, probably not the last. For getting an ingredient that is very crucial to what we did. It's kind of the most important ingredient. The actual shell of the pie. Because if you had only that, at least you could make a fake pie. You could just make a pastry dough pie with nothing in it. That would be a funny April Fool's prank. Imagine making someone a pie, but just a pie. Like, you don't put anything in it. It's just a pie shell. Like, you literally just bake a pie. Someone had to have done that by now. Speaking of which, April Fool's is like in 2 weeks. I'm sure if we're doing anything for it. I've done sometimes on the channel for it. I'm trying to think of what we could do Brighter Shores related for it. I made a joke about it at some point near the beginning of the game. I'm trying to remember what the joke was that we're going to do. Because we mentioned a few weeks into the game there might be something we do for April 1st. And I might still do it. And by then, we should be done with Xenoblade Chronicles X as well. I want to try to finish the game before the end of the month. Comes out on like the 20th, 21st, somewhere around there. I want to try to finish it within a week. I'll still be doing post-game off stream, but I want to finish the core, the storyline, and everything on stream within a week if we can. Wow, we're already at 11 gold. We started basically around 10. These things make some pretty good money. But it makes sense. We did the math on it earlier. If they're selling for what, like 4.3, these two supplies cost almost like 1 silver. So we're making a little over 3 silver per, since these cost us 0. That does technically mean these things are only worth 3. We did the math on the Flatinium ore earlier. These Flatiniums are worth 6.6 silver each. After all the math we did earlier. But yeah, these leaks are only worth about 3.3-ish, give or take a little. Which is not a huge amount. But when you compare the negative number, this thing is worth 11. It's the same thing with the Flatinium. I forget what it was when we counted the negative number, but I think it was like almost 17 or something. I forget it from yesterday. We did all the math on it. But if you count the negative number for the Flatinium, like, you know, compared to buying it, compared to doing it. Yeah, because it costs 10.6. So 10.6 plus 6.6. So yeah, it was like about 17.2 or somewhere around there. 17 point something yesterday. But the Flatinium, when you put into consideration buying it compared to gathering it, it is around a 17 silver difference or so. Whereas the difference with this, when you break it down, is about 11 silver difference. Gathering it compared to buying it. We're only making like 3.3 silver each when we're actually doing the activity. But compared to the alternative of buying it from the shop, we are making 11 each per leak. So when you put it that way, they sound a lot better. Like when you say like tier 5 Flatinium is only like 6.6, it sounds awful. But then you put into consideration the alternative is basically a 17 silver difference. It's like, okay, you know what? It's not that bad then. And same with the leaks. Like 3 silver each for something post 200 sounds kind of low. But then you break it down for the full value and it's like, okay, you know what? That's actually not bad. Like 11 silver each or so. Compared to if we had to buy it. That's not too fair though, because that doesn't account for the fact that you do still sell it in both times. Even still, it's still an 8 silver difference. Any way you look at it. Oh, what am I doing? Wrong thing. Oh yeah, I didn't pay attention. How much knowledge do we get each? Is it about 1% each? Or is it doing like a weird different number because it requires more steps? Are we getting like 1% or a weird 1 point something percent? Let's see, we got 1% that time. 1%? Okay, is this 1% on the dot or something? I want to see if it ever doesn't give me a percent or gives me 2% on any given time. But so far it seems to be doing 1% every time. Which means it might literally be exactly a 1%er. Is the way that we would know for sure if it's under 1%, it will eventually not go. It's under 1%. It's like 0.85 or something. Or 0.8. Because we could tell based on if it ever goes up by 1 number, or if it ever goes up by 0 numbers or 2 numbers. If it ever goes up by 0, it's under 1. If it ever goes up by 2, it's over 1. But yeah, it looks like it's like 0.85 knowledge each or something. It's not too bad still. I wish it was exactly 1 though. It's still not too bad though. Alright, we almost got half a chef level. We're about to dump double knowledge into it, so that will speed it up a bit. I'm slightly tempted to put it on the Forager though, I do have to say. It's because there isn't really anything important I need to be foraging at this level. I've literally just been touching a few blood nettles. I don't know, I guess that's the one upside, like all the blood nettles we get for the 10% potions down the line. Think about the 10%. All the glorious 10% for later. Alright, speaking of 10%, we'll actually have to drink one on this next set. The first of many. Also, we still haven't even dented our 3,000 stack. We're about to, though, for the first time. We had like 3,500, 3,600 at one point, but between bounties and how many we've been cooking today, we are about to finally dip under 3,000. Oh, too bad I can't synergize the 10% with taking my venture as well. But you know what I'm going to try doing? Hopefully it doesn't delay it too much. I think we could build up a meter by then. The next 10% I want to go do over here. The only problem with that is I think we gain too much knowledge within an hour for that to be the case. Well, we'll see what happens. The problem is I will have like another 200% at like the 10-minute mark, and it's not worth waiting to the next interval. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, wait. I could just buy supplies during that time. Because I'm going to need more anyways. Oh, wait, that would work out perfectly. Oh, I got a plan. Yeah, the next 200% we're going to go utilize with the Venturer's Wall. Oh, no, how would that work, though? Because, never mind, I can't do that. Scratch that. I'd have to do it with a Chef Bounty. Oh, too bad I didn't have the Little Lucy still. I could have gotten a Little Lucy synergy on it. I mean, not Little Lucy, I mean, I can still do Little Lucy, I guess, technically. But I mean Invincible. Oh, we'll see what our next Chef Bounty board is in like 20 minutes. And hopefully we have some that are in that direction, so we can just do all of it with a 10% or something. But that's a later issue. We'll figure that out in about 40 minutes from now. Actually, we can technically figure it out once our next bounty board in like 24 minutes. There's a Crydex joining us today on the Chef Grind. Oh, he's doing a fish as well. I wish we had fish that we could go cook. The struggle of dropping almost every fish while doing fishing. I gotta remember to do the 10% this time. And I am throwing this on the chef. Is it worth it? I don't know. But I want those bounties. I want my better bounties. Hello, TM04scape. Welcome. How goes the 04scape grind? We ended up doing it for one stream, but I haven't really gone back to it since. It's definitely one of those games I mostly just tried for nostalgia. We are still grinding old school RuneScape in the background, though. Our membership expired, and due to all of the things that happened earlier, I didn't bother renewing it. I am considering renewing it soon. We're still AFK in Castle Wars. Actually, we can get a new shield soon, too. I think we need about 1,200 more tickets. We have 1,579 right now on the max hardcore, but we're getting there. Some point soon. As far as the old school RuneScape news. We could for about a month and a half after all the things that happened earlier. And I still haven't renewed membership yet, but it probably will be soon. Because they're releasing a lot of cool things in the next year. A lot of pretty cool bosses. They're adding the entirety of sailing, which is the first ever new skill. They're also doing Volimor Part 3, and Volimor has honestly been my favorite piece of content pretty much in old school RuneScape. Not counting collection log stuff and stuff like that. But as far as like an actual area and everything, it's definitely their best, most well done area. Like if the whole game was literally just Volimor, I'd be fine. Like Volimor is actually that good. Like the region of Volimor. They did an amazing job on it. Way better than they did on Zaya. Zaya always felt really clunky, and honestly to this day still feels really clunky. Even after like almost a decade of updates. But Volimor just came out the gate amazing. Yeah, sailing's gonna be pretty hype. I do need to go max it out so we can reclaim our max cape. Because I'm not sure how I'm going to survive without a max cape. After getting one, I'm not sure how to function without one. Like, I literally never take it off for any reason. Especially on a hardcore where it can actually save your life as well. Because the perk of the defense cape is if you fall below 10% HP, you get auto-tele to safety. It's a nice extra precaution. As oddly enough, it's actually better value to wear a good ring with a max cape than it is to wear an Inferno cape with a teleport crystal on. So it's actually stronger just wearing max cape if you're still looking for the safety of the effect. Only problem with doing it that way, it does eat up one inventory space. But in all fairness, most bosses do not require 24 inventory. Or 28, I mean. I forgot, 20 inventory in old school. I always keep forgetting the difference between the two. I keep interchanging them so much, because Brighter Shores is only a 24 cap. But Old School RuneScape's 28. Are your names TMTM in game? I can go add you if you can add Tacit real quick. The only reason I can't right now is because it interrupts any of these actions while we're doing it. But if you add Tacit, I can add you back. And that applies to anyone who wants to go add us. Just let me know that you're trying to add me because my list is like so overfilled right now. I need to go find someone to go kick. Right now, I've mostly just been doing it based on like lowest level. Because that's the only way I really know of like inactivity. But at this point, I pretty much haven't like played Old School RuneScape properly in like half a year now. Not counting leagues and not counting our AFK grinds, I pretty much haven't played since like the month after I max. It wasn't necessarily because I burned out after maxing. It was more so just a lot of things happened in a row. Between getting sick and Brighter Shores happening. Mostly those two things. So I haven't like properly played, not counting leagues, since like October. Because I don't count AFK grinds as playing. Like it technically is, but not really. But yeah, when sailing does come out for that game, we will be doing a lot. I might even try pushing for 200 mil. Though oddly enough, there are still leaderboards for hardcore Ironman that have never been achieved before. Like top page. Or not never been achieved, but I mean there's still spots left. Like you know how in every single leaderboard in Brighter Shores right now, they're basically occupied? Like for example, let's say Forager. If we go check top page Forager, the whole page is filled already. However, on hardcore Ironmans and Old School RuneScape, the leaderboard is still not filled for most skills. Like, if we kept going dry on Beaver Pet and just kept doing it all the way to 200 mil, I think we're at like 85 mil out of 200, so we're almost halfway there, and still don't have the pet. But if we did that all the way to 200 mil, we would be one of the first... We'd have front page woodcutting for hardcore. Because I think only 15 people have done it by now, and most of them aren't farming for it at the moment. So we'd actually be able to make front page. Which is kind of sad that you still can, like, 8 years later. Like, every single leaderboard in Brighter Shores... It's one thing that's actually kind of weird with this game, is how much more competitive leaderboards are. Compared to Old School RuneScape. But I guess because it's all the, game mode divides. Because I guess we'll kind of see that in Brighter Shores, too, if we ever get a lot of game modes. Because when trading comes out, we're going to have 2, Iron Man and non-Iron Man. The other thing that does it too, of course, is when a hardcore dies, they can't get any more leaderboard. Which I guess is the other big factor. Because if you kind of just outright die, then no more progress for you. It just gets frozen forever. Actually, wasn't the better hardcores in the game actually died right before 200 mil woodcutting? I think they were at like 150, 160 mil. I think they died during a Slayer task, which is kind of funny. Like, they died to something that you're literally invincible to. But they still found a way to die. It's always the dumbest stuff that will take you out. It's one of the reasons I'm almost concerned playing properly on the hardcore again after having not played it properly in so long. Is I'm gonna go just walk into like the easiest boss ever and somehow still die. From not playing for so long. It's a pretty easy game to pick back up though. Like, you play it for like 2 days and you already relearned like every mechanic in the game. Oh, Azrael. What's her name mentioned that in the Forager guide? Someone covered a really comprehensive Forager guide. That one that did the 500 fishing guide. They did it for Forager recently. And they actually got a bunch of advice from Azrael. Apparently they have 500 Forager and 500 Gatherer. And assumably they're working on 500 Chef right now with all those supplies. Since they have every single potato and every single leek. I don't think they did 500 fishing though. So they're missing all the fish, but they have all the other foraging supplies. Like the ones we're using now. I should make a double check. Did it do 500 fishing? With that level distribution, I assume no. No. That's what I thought. Yeah, 500 Forager, 500 Gather. Currently working on Chef. Interesting spread. She might as well go for the whole trifecta and go get 500 Fisher next. Maybe she doesn't like fishing or just taking a little bit of a cooking break. Actually, she's making the same thing we are. She's not doing the really efficient method though, I don't think. I just now realized she's making the same thing in our same level range. That's one thing that's always hard to tell when it comes to guides as well. It's like, what pathing are they taking? Because there's a lot of times where you can get about 3, or anywhere from like 1 to 10% extra efficiency based on pathing. And Chef is one of those, even though it's not really considered one. You can do a drop thing with bacon sandwich so you don't have to do all these tiles twice. You can do what we're doing with leek pie so you only have to go there once instead of 3 times. Small things like that. Where it doesn't save a lot of time, but it definitely adds up over a long period of time. Where each time you do it, it's like maybe a second or 2 saved, but, you know, over time that adds up to be a lot. Oh, I think I see what they're doing. Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it. Interesting. Is that better? Because they're going 1 less tile every time. I didn't think about that. But they're starting from a further distance, though. Is that better? Wait, I just now realized because of where it defaults you to. We have to walk an extra tile every time here. Let's see. What if you did... Wait, I think I see a strat here. Wait. No, you wouldn't be able to do it that way, never mind. I was gonna say, what if you made 2 here, but then the 3rd over here? So thank you, Sonny! Thanks for leaving a like, greatly appreciate it. Also, hello, Big Wee Woo! Welcome. Hope all's been well. But yeah, is that better? I wonder if you can actually get away with that. What if you made 2 whole inventories here and then went over there? Because it seems to be what they're doing, and yeah, that actually does look a little bit better. Because you only have to 1 tile move here, which is nice. I don't know, I feel like it's so much easier to think about a single inventory, though. But I think there's enough time to do that. We might have to go time it. Just to make sure we don't despawn something. But it's worth checking. Because it saves 1 tile each time. Which is about 0.3 something seconds. Which means it saves 1 second every time we do a full inventory. But you are starting further away from the kitchen thing. Because here we're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas the alternative is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's tile neutral. Wait, they're both tile neutral. Wow, they set up this room really well. Wait, they're both exactly tile neutral. So what we're doing is fine. I'm just going to keep doing it this way. You would save 1 tile if you did 2 inventories, though. If you dropped 40 on the ground because of the diagonal, or, you know, the fact that you're grabbing it from a distance, you would save 1 singular tile. However, I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, doing it there and doing it here is the same distance. Even though you save 1 tile every time you go do that, the distance from here to here compared to there equalizes out the tiles to be exactly the same. So we're just gonna keep doing it this way. Long story short. But it really just comes down to preference of which one you want then. Oh, our cooking bounties are ready in 10 minutes as well. Still haven't gained a cooking level yet. But we're getting there. Of course, main goal is to get to 208. But the contracts will help it out a little bit once we go get them. And we will be dumping all knowledge into cooking. We have gotten a message from Miles. Good morning! Oh, there it goes. I cannot type this morning. If someone asked Miles, yes, they might know. Oh no, their membership is expired and is not working again. That's weird. I think I have mine set up to do auto payment through Steam. So as long as I have Steam funds in there, it should just keep going on its own. Alright, so it does come out on Thursday. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm going to be getting the digital version of it. The main reason being is I still have one of the vouchers from last year, so it's only like $47 and something cents. Instead of having to pay like $60 plus tax. If you buy it from a store, you get taxed on it, but if you buy it from online digital goods, I actually don't get taxed on it in my area. So it's like the difference of paying like $47.50 compared to like almost 65. Like it's almost like $20 cheaper getting it digitally. It's refusing to take your Steam Wallet automatically? That's weird. I can't remember what I used the other voucher for. What Nintendo game came out like a year ago that we ended up playing? I don't even remember. Let me go check my channel. Because I still have the voucher from a year ago, but what on earth did I do for Nintendo a year ago? That's the case. Oh gosh, I gotta go so far back. We've done so many streams. I'm on like month 2 of Brighter Shores. Oh gosh, keep going, keep going, keep going. We stream so much. There's leaks for Old School RuneScape. There's the start of Brighter Shores. Mario Jamboree. No, that was earlier. Pelia, no. Fall Guys. Oh, our last Fall Guys stream was ages ago, gosh. Can't remember what we did it for. The Gothic's Rest quest coming out. That was fun. Deadman mode. That was awful. Oh, yeah, Arcanist stream. That was fun. Oh, that has like over 1,000 views now. I guess the game is kind of dead now. It's like lost content at this point. What on earth came out around that time last year? Oh! How could I forget that? Oh, one of my favorite games of all time. 1,000 Year Door. I was gonna say, why do I still have a voucher that we end up using on Xenoblade? That's why. We did 1,000 Year Door back in May last year. I remember now. Honestly, that's still one of my favorite childhood games. Like, definitely top 5. That, Sonic Adventure 2, and like a few others. But, yeah, 1,000 Year Door was so good. I really hope the next Paper Mario game is actually not horrible. It is more 1,000 Year Door-like. Because they really need to go back to that formula. Reliving it just reminds me that it's still, like, absurdly good to this day. Another one that was actually an indie one, if you ever want to play it on something non-Nintendo related, Bug Fables. It's a indie version, basically, of the golden age of Paper Mario games. And it's really, really good. Art style is a bit basic and everything, but it is stylized and everything. But the gameplay is still there. But it has, like, that same, like, early day Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door kind of mechanic. It's the closest game I feel like any game has gotten to since then, including Nintendo-wise. Because Nintendo has refused to stop making that formula for some reason. But it works so well for an RPG. Oh, you finally got 200 mining and 200 a blacksmith? Nice! Huge congrats. Yeah, that is great to finally have. So you can finally start making all your stuff from scratch. Because honestly, 200 lasts you for a while. Be able to go all the way to 1,000 is so far. Like, the stuff I can make right now, I can't even use. I got another longsword while I was doing some detective into smithing. Because I was using my knowledge on blacksmithing, but I was still doing detective and just teleporting back. Because it's so close to a teleport. But anyways, I ended up getting another 3-star sword, but I can't even use it. It's level 1,350. I can go downgrade it later when I need it. You know, I could tune it down to its lower level 4-star. But I can't even use it right now. Oh, so that's my plan for all of them, by the way. For when the combat rework comes out, when we finally have special attacks, I'm hoping Longsword is not horrible. Because I'm using them for EXP right now. And my game plan is, I'm going to be converting them all into weapons when we go do, like, the 1,000 grind or something. And just do an upgrade, a 4-star weapon upgrade, like, every 20 levels or something. Brighter Shores patch is going to drop Thursday, too. I did mention that earlier. If the update for Brighter Shores is on Thursday, I will probably delay starting Xenoblade until Friday. If and only if we get, like, the patch. And when I say, like, the patch, I'm talking, like, quest drops or something. But if we get the patch, I will do Brighter Shores that day instead. And then start Xenoblade the following day. But if that's the day they drop the first new quest, we're definitely doing Brighter Shores only. Because that's going to take longer than a few hours. Not the quest itself, but, you know, messing around with everything with it. Really hope we get Bug Fables 2. I believe they're working on it, aren't they? Pretty sure they are. Not sure what that dev team is doing. It's a pretty small team. But I don't know, Bug Fables 1 was successful enough. I hope they do a second. Leaf was definitely my favorite character in that game for sure. But all three of them were pretty good. Oh, so I hope they bring the card game back. I really like mini games inside of games. It's something Brighter Shores really needs down the line. Because that was one of the main things that got me playing old school, or not old school RuneScape, but like RuneScape back in the day. Was just grinding for all the mini games. Between Castle Wars, Stealing Creations, the really good one. Soul War, stuff like that. Oh, Stealing Creations was definitely the best one back in the day. Week 1 launch of Stealing Creations was honestly probably the most fun I ever had in the entire history of RuneScape. In like the 20-something years. Launch week of Stealing Creations was insane. Yeah, collectible card game. Yeah, it's basically, the way that it worked is it basically encouraged you to use the tattle system. Which is kind of like the examine system in like a game like this, where you can examine and see a card for everything. But they had that for enemy stats and everything. And Paper Mario did this too, but they didn't do it in a way that was actually useful. But in that game, you basically got to play like a side mini-game that was based on all the card enemies that you examined. So not only would it give you a bunch of stats and info of them in battle, as well as have unique text for every single ally you had, as far as describing the enemy. But on top of that, which is so much dialogue, I'm not sure why they did so much. It's actually insane how much dialogue that is to code. There's like an entire book of dialogue for every character in the game. But it's a lot. I think it's over like 100,000 words if you count for every enemy. It's insanely long. But the main incentive that they added on top of that system, aside from all the info it gives you, is every time you did that on an enemy, you got their card that you could use in a card game in the game. And I really like that. The card game definitely needed some more balance, though. Obviously, it was like an extra thing and not like a core mechanic. It was a cool way of tying it in, beyond just its actual use case of giving you info on the enemies and everything. The sell price for crafting weapons versus dropped weapons is gross. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how they reskilled crafting. They nerfed it 3 times during the beta. Like, every time they did a new iteration of the beta, they nerfed it. And even when they did the live version, they nerfed it again. It got nerfed like 3 to 4 times before release. Because first it was absurdly amazing, and probably too broken. Then they toned it down a bit. Then they toned it down even more. And then at the launch of it, they toned it down to like nothing. They really wanted to make sure that you wouldn't get more money from it. And in doing so, I'm pretty sure you get slightly less money from it. I haven't tested it enough to know for sure. The main exception to that is when you get a 3-star. As when trading comes out, those 3 stars will be worth quite a bit. Because a level 1000 3-star that's worth 200 silver, and you know, one that you get as a monster drop that might be worth like, what, 600 or 700? Like, they don't have any different stats. So at bare minimum, you're going to be having that higher value on it, like when you sell it to other players. Like, you should be able to sell any crafted 3-star for basically double whatever its value is, bare minimum. With a few exceptions, but for the most part, you should be able to. A rare 282 rapier is worth 16 silver. And a 2-hand longsword is worth 101 silver. Yeah, they really got to go and rework that a bit. That's one of the other reasons I've been making longswords right now. Aside from it being better XP. They fixed that bug for these shields, but they still haven't fixed it for everything for crafting yet. There's a lot of them that are all over the place for how bad they are. It's definitely something they gotta look into. As they have pretty much completely butchered crafting in the most recent update. I'm mostly just smithing my bars. I'm making a few longswords just because they're a little bit extra XP at our level range right now. But beyond that, I'm mostly not crafting into any supplies. I'm waiting until we get, you know, 4-star stuff. Or, you know, special attacks and everything. I will probably pre-make some weapons for it. Like the supplies for it down the line. Because we're going to get quite a bit from Stonemason. So what I'm probably going to do is have the smithing supply made, have the Stonemason supply made. And just make the bone right at a low level range to go and offset it. And that'll make all of our 4-star weapons up to 1,000 when we do the 1,000 grind. Because I don't think I'm going to go for max combat initially, but I do want to do the 1,000 combat grind when special attacks come out. When we get special attack and skill tree, we're going to grind to level 1,000. I don't plan to go beyond that for now. But upon its launch, we will go for 1,000 at least. And I want to have an upgrade like every 20 levels if we can. If not even more often, we'll see. It really comes down to how good the special attacks will be on stuff. Or if you can cycle multiple of them, or how on earth it's going to work. There's so many details about it we don't currently know. As well as how the obelisk system ends up upgrading them. But yeah, crafting prices is something I still hope they tweak in the future. But worst comes to worst, every item is at least worth what it can do in combat. So there's always that angle to any item that ever comes into the game. Is their combat utility is never any weaker. It's just their sell price once you get rid of it for the billing of time is. There's one thing that's a little bit clunky still. You still have to transfer gear so many times. Like if you were doing the 2000 combat grind, you know how many weapons you would go through, even in the current state of the game? Like let's say you get a new weapon every, let's even say it was only every 20 levels. You got a new weapon every 20 levels. Ideally every 10, but let's say it was every 20. You would still go through over 100 weapons. Going to just 2000. That is so many. That means over 99 times you'll be scrapping your main weapon for a different weapon. And just outright selling it for something better. So we still haven't gotten our first chef level yet. I'm kind of surprised. I thought this would be a little bit closer to 1.5 levels an hour. Which I guess it kind of is. We started at like 205 right at the dot. And after an hour and a half we are getting a full level. But that's with knowledge. And a little bit of chef bounties. Which reminds me, we should probably go do those soon. Didn't it already reset? Let me go double check the time. What time is it right now? The problem is with how my mic is angled, I can't actually see the time on my computer right now. Where is it? There it is. Oh yeah, it's been reset. Let me go check them then. Because that's going to determine how we go into Oyster. Because we finally get to take this for the first time in 13 minutes. And basically insta-gain a fishing level. Which is going to be so nice. And then we get a permanent 5% on it at level 231. And then at 235, we actually get the COD that we actually need soon. This COD is actually really important to us in the very near future. Because you know what we're unlocking today? That COD. For Chef. Not for a cookie, not for... Oh, wait, I just realized my stack is wrong. Oh, no, I overstacked. No, it's not that big a deal, though. Give me that. Technically, I think you can get away with double stacking. I just prefer doing them one at a time. I think you can get away with double stacking, though. I just find it a lot neater just doing one at a time, though. But you can double stack, and I'm pretty sure nothing despawns. You just got to make sure to click the escape key so it doesn't stall you when you grab a stack. Because whenever you grab a stack that has more than what you can fit in your inventory, it brings up a message that stalls you. But if you mash click through it, it doesn't stall you. Which is unfortunately something you can't do with level up screens because they have a delay on them. But you can do that with other pop-ups in the game. Because they don't have a delay. But yeah, based on this current trajectory, it should take about 2.5 hours then for us to get 208. It's not too bad. That's our main goal for today. Then off stream, I want to go finish out 315 Detective. As we're probably doing Detective Merchant grind tomorrow. No real Detective goal, but try to get 3 Merchant levels while doing Detective. That will take a while, though, if we try doing all of it. I'm sure if we will do all of it. Normally it would take like 3 hours to get 3 Merchant levels, but with the way that we'll be doing it, I think it's closer to 8. Because we're prioritizing Detective XP and just doing Merchant when we can get it for free. Main reason I gotta do it is, ever since the update, we can't get the hide anymore. They moved a couple things 3 levels forward. And one of those things was Brick and Tile. I mean, Brick and Tile and the hide that we need to go do. So they, like, double moved our goals. Like, the 2 biggest goals that we have coming up, one we already reached, but now it's 3 levels away. And the other one is now at 253 instead of 250. They both moved further away from us by 3. Because there's a chance that one of the 2 new quests, most likely the second one, ends up bringing in the Brick and Tile venture. We don't know for sure. But But there's a good chance it has an extra venture slot and comes with brick and tiles. Because if they're going to release brick and tile before Chapter 5, this next quest, or, 2 quests from now, is likely the one to be it. Because we don't know of any other quests coming before Chapter 5. Unless simply when Chapter 5 comes out, it's like, oh yeah, you can start doing this now. But no, the way that's worded when you go there, it seems like it's quest locked or something. Like after you end up helping them, they'll be like, oh yeah, we can start doing this venture for you now. It's a little annoying that we have 2 different stacks now, but whoops. The struggle of grabbing too many. Alright, when I go sell this time, I need to go check what our bounty board is so we know what we're doing for the oyster thingy. Because the game plan is we go to 200% meter. And then go... you know what? Never mind. The 200% meter thing doesn't matter at all. It's mostly just the path that we do with the bounties. Because I was going to synergize with it, but I keep forgetting it. There's not enough time to get from here to there. Like, there's physically not enough space. We're going to have like 10 seconds to get there. We could barely even get out of the chef place in that time. Alright, next inventory we'll use the 10%. We'll grab our bounties and we'll go do the chef run. And we'll do everything that's in the area. Which might just be a full sweep at this point. Start from the north or the eastern route and then go all the way to Scrap Merchant. Taking the double oyster along the way. Oh, I would have to drop everything in my inventory to grab double oyster though. Because that's going to take up 24 inventory space, isn't it? And I would have to backtrack it. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Because to be able to do oyster, I would have to go here, then backtrack there. The exception to that is if we're doing some kind of activity where we're going over here, but then I have no potion on me unless we have a couple of potion in the future. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Because the second we do this, we have to go there. The only exception is if we're teleporting all the way back to the chef place. But if we're still on a chef run, I have to go over there then. Because we need to re-grab all the food off the ground. And the potions since they're not equipable yet. Alright, that reminds me. From the next option that we do, I need to go make sure I save every leek pie. Currently we need 6, but there's probably even more on there. Doesn't matter if it tells us 10, we're going to do every single one of them. Is we make a little bit more profit from them if we do it for a contract. Like these are normally like 4.3. And right here you can do 6 of them for quite a bit more than that. Like what, 7, 8 each? It's not bad at all. Like 7 point something each instead of 4.3 each. Alright, cooking contract. Show me what we have. Anything good? I don't see any leek pies here. Sentry's good, though. New tap, hairdresser. I guess I'll do this because it's probably the last time I ever have to do it. I'm not going to do that oyster thing, though. Alright, this will be the last that we do, and then, well, for now. Obviously, we still got more to do. Until we go do our run. So do one set of 24. Sell all but 6. Then we grab every single thing here except for Sentry, I think? And save Sentry for a different run. Because how much inventory is that? 13, 19, 22, 2 potions. Perfect. We have exact inventory. Perfect. So what we're going to do is do Hairdresser, then New Tap, then do the Venture with a 10% potion. Then turn in Annie and Scrap Merchant. Perfect. And then we just do Sentry at a later run. I also gotta remember to use a 10% potion here. Oh, I wish I would get me enough XP. What? No. Because I'm doing 24. 4,000 something each. 10% extra. What is that? Like 4,500 times 24. I don't think it's enough. It's gonna be a little short. But the knowledge will cover it. At least the second knowledge point gets it. Hey, remember to do a 10%. Do not accidentally grab the 5% this time. Well, technically we have to grab them both, but don't drink the 5%. Otherwise we're locked out of it. Make sure to drink the 10. Alright, success. There we go, our first level. 2 to go. And we're almost to the true dopamine hit in 5 minutes. I can't wait to take this for the first time. This is going to be ridiculous XP compared to what we normally get from a venture. Because I've never done a post 200 merchant venture. So I've never really seen a 24-hour XP drop before for a venture. Because even though we've done 24-hour ventures before, we've never done one post 200. It's due to how they work. The earliest one that you could do is, because Brick and Tile doesn't work, the earliest one you have access to is that 393 merchant. And the only other alternative is 226 Fisher, which we finally got and doing right now. So this is the first time we've ever seen a post 200 24-hour venture drop. And it's a lot of XP. It's almost an entire fishing level. Not quite a fishing level, but pretty close. In just one fell swoop. I really need to start getting my 2 alt accounts to get to 39 fishing so they can start doing lobster into eventually oyster. Hey, I gotta remember, I gotta not sell 6 of these. Because we need that for our next chef run. Then we make everything but Century here, and we should be good to go. There should be exact inventory, including our potion. I'm so glad that it shows the number here, so you know exactly how many you have. There we go. Oh wait, I forgot to use this! No! I forgot to use the 10% because I was too busy selling! Not that big a deal, though. I just gotta remember to use it mid-chef run. Aw, fail. Not that big a deal, though. Alright, what do I need? Let me do the 3 oyster thingies first, because they have a weird inventory space amount. And then we'll run everything else. So I'm running low on oysters. Luckily, we got a venture to go fix that soon. So we'll never run out of oysters again. What level do we have to do oyster for? It's actually quite a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you gotta do it all the way till 251. That is not a short duration. Alright, what else do we need for our contract? We need 5 mana ray and 8 cod. Or 8 drop the bass, I mean. Let's see. Grab that. Grab ray. That should be everything. And then we'll go to our chef run. And by then, we should be ready on the 10% by the time we get there. And then we'll be able to use on a double knowledge point, hopefully. Or at least on the one that I forgot to go use earlier. Let's double check that we have everything. We should. The only thing we don't have is Century because there's no room for it. Plus, it's way too far out of path for what we're doing right now. Yep, exact inventory. Look at how clean that is. You know what? I'll even use a 5% here because I can go turn in the other 2 within that time and then use the other thing for it. So we use a 5% for this. And then we should, within the 5% time, be able to turn in Hairdresser and Pipe Alley. And then we use a 10% for when this is ready. And then go turn in Annie into Scrap Merchant. And then we come back to doing Leek Pie. We probably only get one more chef run. Hopefully a good Century run or something. Like a Century Scrap Merchant run. And then after that, all of our bounties will be upgraded then. Unfortunately, it doesn't apply to bounties you already have, only new bounties. It does re-roll the bounty board, though, whenever you get a new bounty like that. It rolls every slot that you have available. So if you took one of them and there's still 3 there, it'll re-roll the remaining 3 when you get a new dish. What was this? Hairdresser and new tap, right? Yeah. Wow, we're gonna do this, like, almost perfectly. Look at that. We're pretty much getting this exactly on the dot. That is so convenient. Like, we're pretty much gonna be there exactly when that time expires. Couldn't have planned this closer. Only problem is the potion I need to wait on a little bit. But no, by the time we get there, we should be fine. Hey, look at this. I'm about to get there pretty much at the exact time needed. Oh, that is so clean. Look at that. We're only like a few seconds late. Yeah, let me go drop everything. Because I do need a clean inventory for this. Right, can I use the potion yet? Yep. Alright, let's see our XP drop. First, let's put this in the chef. Alright, let's see. Watch the XP move. Oh, that is so much. And the first night bonus. Oh yeah, I gotta reset these too. I forgot. Wait. Gotta make sure to reset them. These are definitely our venture going forward for now. Look at that XP drop. From basically right at the bar to 2/3 of a level. That is so nice. Alright, let me go bank these real quick. Hopefully I have enough time to make it over there. I might not, actually. That could be a slight problem. Wait, where's this pipe alley thing? I always forget where it is. Right over here. Alright, now do we have enough time to go turn in both of these with 10%? I sure hope so. I'm about to find out. We gotta turn in Scrap Merchant and Little Lucy within 1 minute. It's gonna be close. Hopefully we can make it in time. I'll do Little Lucy first. Honestly, I should do Scrap Merchant first, but I'm pretty sure tile-wise it's better to do Little Lucy first. If we really want to try pushing both of them in time. It's gonna be really close though. Unfortunately, there's our lobster and not oyster. Otherwise, we would do it there for sure. Oh, it's gonna be really close. We only got 30 seconds. Not sure we make it in time. Go, 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 go! Go, go, go! Otherwise, we get 10% less XP. It's 4,800 less XP if we don't make it in time. I'm committing to it even if we have like 1 second left. I don't care if we don't get the XP. We're going for it. Oh, come on. 9, 8, 7, 6. Mash click. Go, 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 go. No! 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 Yes! No! Did we get it? It was like exact same time. I have no clue if we got it by the end. What was that XP drop? No, I accidentally clicked on sell first. Wait, let me watch the Insta replay. Wait. We gotta see this. Wait. What was the XP drop? We did get it! It was 52,000. It should have only been 48. We got it. We got it on the last possible tick. Tick perfect. Like literally the one tick before should have expired. But yeah, it gave us a 52,000 something for our 48,000 venture or bounty. So yeah, it did apply. Nice, barely. With like absolutely 0 time to spare, but we did get to 10% on it. Anyways, back to normal chill chef. Instead of 2-minute timer chef. And of course we'll keep taking that every single day now. Keep getting free fishing levels for doing almost nothing. Anyways. Oh, so the bounty's cleared, right? I didn't take anything else. Let me just double check here. Should be completely cleared of anything worthwhile. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother doing that one. It's a lot of money though, but it's not going there just for that. You know what? I'll take it just in case. It's likely gonna get canceled, but that's fine. In case we have some kind of synergy that wants to go there. A little bit of extra value. As the money turn in for that's actually really good. It's just the XP for how far away it is and how many we have to do is not ideal. Ups. I forgot to drop the potions. I was like, wait, my inventory looks off. Because we don't have a equipable potion yet. Soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Any day now. Until then, we must continue to juggle. But yeah, the day we no longer need to be a potion juggler is going to be a wonderful day. Honestly, it's probably the best patch since launch. The day they add the quest that has equipable potion, which is hopefully the next one they're doing. We know that they are doing it, we just don't know if any of the 2 quests that are coming up are the quest that does it. I sure hope it is. Because this is getting really annoying to keep juggling these. Almost every method in the game becomes better by not needing to do it. Some more than others, though. But now to finish our other goal. Gotta get 1 3/4 of a chef level. 2 more to go. And I think we only get 1 more bounty turn in. Which is likely to be a heavy sentry turn in, unless we have to go to Southwall. But hopefully we get like a triple sentry and a like scrap merchant kind of angle. How much more XP do we need for this level? 1.8 million, the next one's going to be like, what, 2.5, so we need like 4.3-ish. Yeah, around that area. Also, I just realized I should be doing my potion on this tile. It saves 1 tile if we do it diagonally. I keep dropping on that tile just out of habit because it seems closer. But I always keep forgetting you can do diagonals. So it is actually better to do this tile as it moves you 1 closer to the chef thingy. It's a very, very small thing, but it does help. If we did the potion on this tile rather than that tile. We're going to be doing it enough time that will probably save almost a minute. Over the course of how long we have to do it for. So it might not seem like much, but it definitely adds up. The guy's called Beer Master. Hey, Lumberfoots is here. We were actually around the same level range for quite a while. I'm not sure how we got so much further ahead. Other than I guess he just hasn't been grinding as much. Because the 2 people above me are grinding so much. Hey, our Hopeport rank's going up. I guess that makes sense. We are doing Hopeport stuff. But when looking at total level, these people just keep skyrocketing compared to our rate. We were higher than both of them by a few dozen, and now it's like, oh, not even close. They're like 30-ish ahead. But no, we've been pacing ourselves a lot more recently. So we don't burn out at any point. Now that we finally hit the 200 grind wall of everything being post 200. Honestly, the 2 alt accounts I've really been considering revisiting soon. There's 2 really important grinds I kind of got to do on them that I kind of want to start pushing for somewhat soonish. Maybe in a couple weeks from now. And that is, I need both of them to get a level 200 production skill. So I can start doing post 200 XP rate, which is huge. And I need to get them both a fishing double venture. Which means they got to go from about 26 fishing to 39. Because right now I'm almost never doing their venture ever. Because it's a really annoying location. But having both of them right on top of each other is really nice. Because it's so quick to reset at any time. It is a little bit of a walk though. Because the closest teleport is over here. And you gotta walk all the way over there. That's the only problem though. It's like the there to there walk, the there to there walk. Even though you get to do both of them at once. But no, compared to what I would currently be doing on them, you still have to do a lot. Because you have to go from here to there, and then bank. Though a lot of times I've just been dropping them on the ground. Because it skips like the most annoying part of that. So we're almost at our next double. I say as we're still like 130% away, but after this inventory, you know, we're halfway there. Trying to see about how many more doubles we need. Looks like about 4 to 5 more, it looks like. Probably 4 more. 4 more double 200s, and I think we have 208. Combined with, of course, the XP we get across the time. So I did it again. I wanted to re-angle this to that tile over there. I think I'll do that on my next cycle. I want to get it diagonal so we save 1 tile. So what's our gold stack at right now? I'm still not sure what our next investment is. If we're doing gather, it should be sickle. If we're doing wood cutting, it would be nothing. Forager for secutors wouldn't hurt. The problem is I really only need it for 2 more levels, and when we're passively gaining some XP while walking by. Is the one that we really need if we really go deeper into foragers. Actually the pawn net next. For 246. But then you would need secateurs again for bell plant. But then pawn net again for that. And then trowel for that. Gosh, it just keeps going all over the place. I'm trying to think other than sickle. What tool upgrade do I still have to do that's really important? Fishing? I would have to do lobster pot, but we're a good few months away from that. Maybe co-op net to 25 as well if they ever buff it, or just if we need the fish in general. Forager, we're probably not doing enough of it to justify doing these yet. If we really go deep into 200, we would, but we're not. Gatherer just gets sickle once we get to 246, which is probably our next target, probably. Wood cutting, I guess we can get a 25 two-person saw. But beyond that, we don't need anything else for it. If we're going to do an AFK activity, we're going to do the one that upgrades based on axe, not based on lopper. So I pretty much never need a lopper upgraded. What other ones? Let's see. Grab that, grab that, grab that. Mining, I don't need to ever do gold pan, and pickaxe good enough. 35 is pretty heavy. These already done because you can't upgrade this. This we're barely going to use, but still, if we do use it, we have it a little bit upgraded. And these honestly don't need to go above 25. They're fine at that. And that's all of them. So yeah, I think sickle's the final upgrade. I think that's the final thing we got to dump gold into. And then we can just start holding gold for when trading comes out. I think this is truly the final tool upgrade we need. I guess maybe down the line we'd want the two-hand axe, but we don't need it for a while. Like the two-hand ones. Both of them have to level 10, but I don't know. They need a buff co-op or something. Like, if they ever got improved, I would probably do them a lot more. There are a few situations where you do have to do them slightly just for the XP rate and the resource, though. Even if you're doing them solo. But yeah, those would be the last two, then. Like, this is the last really, really important one. Then just the 2 co-ops and the 2 forager ones. But if we're not doing forager for a while, we don't need to worry about those. As racks do not require any tool, and that's the main one we gotta do next. Monument Piece also doesn't require a tool, even if we were to do that one. So yeah, sickle's pretty much the last really important one we need for a while. There is technically 4 other tools we might want to get to 25 down the line, but they're pretty low priority. Yep, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, let's remember here to actually reset the potion to the correct tile now. It's going to waste some time up front, but as long as we keep doing it there, it will save us time in the long run. Actually, no, it doesn't waste us any time up front, because we're still just moving 1 tile away. Because I'd have to pick it up regardless. So never mind, yeah, it doesn't actually waste any time. Even more of a reason to do it. There we go. Look at that tile saved. The small efficiencies. And I'll just keep doing it on that tile now. The things we do to save a tile. That barely saves any time, though. I'm pretty sure each tile is around a third of a second, roughly. And if that saves a third of a second, after the course of an hour, we save, like, 20 seconds. Like 20 to 30 seconds or something. But hey, that's 20 to 30 seconds for doing what we were already going to be doing, just at a different tile. Like, we're already doing that every time. Might as well save some time from doing it. Like 20 to 30 seconds, that's like a whole trip to the store right there for free. To grab more supplies. Actually, I'm not sure if we're going to have enough supplies banked. With all the knowledge and everything, it might actually be enough. I thought it would be short earlier, but we still got like several hundred left. We started around 800-ish, and we're down to like, what, 400 something? So yeah, we will be a little bit short then. We haven't gained a level and a half from how much we've done so far. So when we said it would be about 1,000 earlier, we're probably right. Because we started around 800-ish. I think like slightly under 800. And how many do we have left? We are at, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need to buy more. We're only at 357. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to buy more. Not that much more, though. But definitely more than what we have. That'll last us for like another hour. But then we gotta spend like 10 minutes doing nothing but walk to that shop. But after that, we should have all the supplies we need to finish the grind. Because that point will be like 207 and a half or something. Or at least some partial amount above 207. And then we get our final level. And then we can start getting the better cooking contracts forever. I don't think it's too big of a jump, but it is going from pre-200 to post-200, so sometimes it makes a big jump. I can't remember how much Merchant went up by. But it should go up by a similar percent by what Merchant went by. Like when we were doing 198 curry compared to 221 orange. Like that kind of jump should be pretty similar to what we're getting now. This jump might be a little bit smaller just because the level discrepancy is a bit smaller. It's only about 10 levels instead of, technically 11. Instead of like 20 something. Which reminds me, they twisted those numbers too, didn't they? I could have sworn this used to be 197. And this used to be, actually this one might have already, oh, no, I think this was 218, was it not? I need to go look at a screenshot of it later down the line, like of our stream or something. They moved so many numbers when adding the new ventures in. Even stuff pre-200. I thought it mostly only affected post-200. But no, some things pre-200 got affected by it too. I almost know for sure that was 197 curry instead of 198. But he's added 3 new passives. It was all the, it was like some kind of black leather they added. I forget what it was called. Yeah, black leather offcuts. They added 3 passives for that. And ended up shifting, like, all of Merchant to be slightly higher. Because of the 3 passives that they added. That was mostly due to the combat rework. Because they had to put it somewhere, so they put in Merchant. Because they basically removed Alpha Combat, put in the Merchant. It's some kind of weird thing with it. But yeah, our next big milestone for tomorrow after we do the Chef Bounty then is probably, I think we start doing investigations again. 315 investigation, see how much we can make per hour. See what the EXP rate is like. Because I think the wiki doesn't have the info last I checked. So let's kind of test run it while running a little bit of merchant in between. To try to recover the 3 merchant levels we basically lost with the update they did. Just in case they're adding brick and tile later. Because if they are, we got to get 253 merchant within the next few weeks. So I've got to keep poking at it some. And the plan was to try to do it a little bit passively while doing detective into merchant. Like doing the investigation into merchant. I don't think it's going to get me 14 levels, but it would give me some amount. Because we got to do investigation for 29 levels. Which is likely to get us about 10-ish merchant levels. Not the whole way, but a good majority of it. For multitasking detective into merchant. But a focus on detective. So I'm not sure how or why, but detective is our highest level, by the way. Well, not counting combat. Obviously combat. But not counting combat, which is a big outlier with how it works. Our highest level is detective right now. But yeah, I'm still not sure what we do when the combat rework happens. Bare minimum, like we mentioned before, we're going to go for 1,000, but honestly, I'm still tempted on that 2,000 grind. Like, drop everything and go do 2,000 combat grind. The only big exception with that is, though we'll know a little bit, because they'll probably do a beta and a few other things forward again. But, we might need to start pushing to 400 smithing if we do that, at least. Because my biggest concern, and one of the reasons I don't want to do the full 2,000 push, is I want to be able to make a 4-star weapon up the entire way. And right now we can only get to about 1,100 or so. Maybe like 1,200 at best by then. Making 4-star weapons the entire time. You know, I can only do about 300, 350 levels or so. Before we hit a wall where we can't make a spec weapon anymore. Is that required to train combat? No. But if the whole reason why we're waiting is for skill tree and special attacks, and we only have skill tree but no special attacks, and that's not really helping us that much. Like, skill tree is probably an improvement. But special attacks are probably to be a bigger improvement. Depending on how they work. Because I can't imagine that's going to feel too nice with special attacks in the game, but not using a special attack weapon. Compared to if you do have a special attack weapon. Like, that'd be something that's going to be kind of clunky. Because it heavily discourages using 3-star weapons like you would have before. Like, you're always going to need at least one 4-star weapon, if not multiple equipped. Depending on how the system works. At bare minimum, you're going to need at least one equipped at any given time. Ooh, someone with a green fish. Is that a higher level or a lower level one? I'm not even sure. I forgot, you can actually see the color of the fish when doing this. Well, until it gets cooked. Wait, is that the passive activity? No. I don't think that was. I feel like a different animation. Because honestly, that's something I pretty much never see someone doing. The passive activities for Chef. We did first time bonus all of them. For the sake of it, for completionist sake. But, yeah, I never see anyone actually doing them. Because they do have different animations compared to normal Chef. They're really bad value, though. You should never be doing them. Which is why you never see anyone doing them. They're horrible value. We only did it for the first time bonus for true 100% completion. Gotta get every completionist goal in there. And I was on the list. We have every single possible card for every single skill. I don't think there's a single exception to that now. Yeah, that's all done, that's all done, that's all done. Even combat isn't an exception anymore. Well, I guess some of it is because it goes deeper. No, because I already first time bonused them in the past. Even though I haven't killed these, I first time bonused them in the previous system. So yeah, we truly have every single card right now. Every single possible first time bonus that you can have, we have right now. For every single skill across every single thing. For both active and passive. As well as whatever the other tab is, a special tab. Like every single thing that you can have done, we have done. Because before we were behind on combat because of how the system works, but we're actually ahead because we already killed them in the previous system. Even though I haven't killed them in the new system. I just realized I should get rid of those bass. So I don't have to move the camera. I kind of forgot. They're right next to it. Since I don't really need them anymore, I think we go cook them and just drop them to the ground or something. That, or maybe we wait till the bounty comes and just see if we can end up utilizing it. And if not, we just drop them on the ground. And then we drop the bass. Because we're not going to need them once we get to 208. The only thing I could possibly need them for is if there's any chef bounty on the next board in like 10 minutes from now. So we'll keep them there for 10 more minutes, but after that, I think we get rid of them permanently. As it allows us to get directly to our leak. Which makes making these a lot quicker. Because we don't have to click over here every single time we want to get to it. Would help if I grab everything, though. Still need all 3 ingredients. Yep, the 1.5 to go, get our double meter. Looks like we need about 3 more double meters. I think I said 4 earlier, but it looks like about 3. Might be 4. Hard to tell. Because the cooking contracts make it kind of weird as well. The next cooking tree, I think, is the final one we need to do. Maybe another one in an hour? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, we would need the other one in an hour. So we have 2 more cooking bounties that we get to do within that grind then. One in 10 minutes, the other one in about an hour. I just realized I keep doing this from the other side. Normally I switch the camera around, but because we're doing it like this, it's more efficient just keeping it like this the whole time. So we're just looking at some gravel and a stove and everything. Can't even see our character. We've become one with the stove. We're technically an oven. But I wonder if you ever will be able to make pizza. This definitely looks like one of those pans you would use for a pizza as well. It's like put it in, take it out. If they ever had a farming skill, I feel like they would. Chapter 6 is the most likely chapter that we know of coming in the near future to have a skill like that. With the only hint being that it has a windmill. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have farming skill, though. Ooh, now here's the question. Do we use a 10% pot here or not? Oh, this is a little bit of a sketchy area. You know what we'll do? Let me go grill the 5 bass, and I'll just remember to go juggle them. So if we need them for the contract, we'll have them. And this should be enough to push us over then. So I'm going to drop the bass, as their name says. One last time we get to drop the bass. And so we say goodbye to them forever. Technically we're top dropping the grilled bass, but close enough. Say goodbye to the final drop the bass. Alright, there we go. One last drop. And I'll pick them up once we know what our cooking contracts are and sell whatever the rest are. And now this gives us the benefit of just grabbing the leak immediately. Look at how clean it is. Don't even need a scroll or anything. Perfect. Honestly, should have done that ages ago. I was mostly keeping them for the contracts, of course. Which is also why those are not being sold and just being kept on the ground for now. Also so we could drop them one last time. Just gotta remember to pick them up exactly at contract time. He said, prefer they don't despawn if we're gonna have a contract for them. If the contract is 5 or 6 or more, though, we're not gonna bother with it. Ah, that's so much better, not needing to scroll down. So much better. Also, hey, Chef is not going to be our lowest level anymore. That will now be Forger and Bonewright. Poor Bonewright. It is returned to lowest again. At this point, it looks like we're working on 210 all. Which honestly is probably the plan going forward. Try to hit every major milestone, going like 10 levels on everything. 210 all, 220 all, 230 all. Start pushing forward that way. Because for 210 all, we don't need that much. 3 Bonewright level, 2 Woodcutting level, which would be really free compared to the rest of them. Oh wait, 10%, 10%, don't forget. But we'll mention the thing in a second. Distracted with reset. But yeah, we need 4 cooking levels, 2 of which we'll be getting today. And the rest will come in just naturally through bounties. 3 Forager levels, which 2 of them are going to be annoying, but 209 to 210 is completely free. Because then we get a really good EXP rate method. Well, at least compared to what we can do now. Actually, it's not really that good for EXP rate, but it's a really good item we need. I need it for the potion for alchemy. Woodcutting is really free. We're at the best XP rate because we just unlocked a new tree. Even uses hatchet, which we have the best percent on. So really, really good XP right there. And then there's Bonewright, which realistically will just be 3 days of AFK. Or if we make occasional weapons here and there for making them 4-star. Or realistically, that's going to be doing the AFK for 4 nights or something. 3 to 4 nights. We get to upgrade at 212 as well. We get to make a nice T-Rex. The really good ones at 264, though, when we can make AFK cement for chapter 5. Yeah, that's the first material for Bonewright that we're actually going to use, passive-wise. This will likely be used around the 250 to 280 builder AFK. It's one of the few materials you can still stock up before chapter 5. Hey, let's not do what I did last time when we were doing the contract. I gotta remember to actually double dip this potion and not accidentally only use it once. Alright, there we go. Grab that. Yes, I would like to use it. Thank you. Alright, looking like 3 more 200% and we're good to go. Not too bad. Level and a half. Oh, that's not what I wanted. We are going to need to buy some more supplies soon, though, which is going to slow us down a bit. We're going to wait pretty much until the exact moment we run out, though. Wait till the last possible moment. That or maybe after we do the cooking contracts, I'll go do it. I kind of want to go put my potions away when I do, just to make sure they don't despawn, though. Because we're not going to need it while we're running supplies. I just want to get a little bit closer so we can kind of gauge about how many we need. I want to be at level 207 before I run the supplies is what I'm mostly waiting on. So that we can see the final level. Because unfortunately, you can't see total XP anymore unless I'm missing a button somewhere here. You can only see what you need for your next level. So once we get our next level, we'll know how much more we need. But I can't calculate it out beforehand unless we go check the wiki. Because there's no in-game way of doing it anymore. I do hope they add that back in, though. Maybe they removed it because people were getting too intimidated by how big the number was. Like seeing a gigantic, massive total XP number. Compared to only seeing, you know, the thing that you need for your next level. Yeah, that number does get pretty big. Like over 1 billion by the end. I forget exactly what max XP is. I know it's over 1 billion. But yeah, once we go get the next tool upgrade, I'm not sure what we're investing all of our money in. I think it's just going to be a save for when trading comes out situation. So we have more than nothing. I have to save up like 100 silver for when trading comes out. Because I don't think I'm going to be training a single thing where I even need to bother upgrading my tools any further. Yeah, that one guy with the slightly upgraded combat cape. How many people are at that level range? He's around right over here. He's one of those people. All of the hiders. Also, Pepperoni has not moved that much, so it kind of makes sense. Because he's level 1,600 something before, and now he's level 1,600 something now. Obviously 100 levels takes forever. So I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to pick up the drop the bass. Because we get our contracts in about a minute, which means it despawns in like 2 minutes. Their survival depends on what that message board says. Alright, 15 seconds. Good water break. Alright, do we have a task for 5 bass or less? Do we have the final bass? Otherwise we just sell them all. Ah, we did get it. Nice. We got it. Anything else worth taking here? Honestly, with the extra XP that you get from this is worth it. This we already have. Yeah, I think we just do everything then. Alright, perfect. Alright, so I can't go to Sentinel yet. I think I can do everything else, though. Send me 12 to these. Then we gotta figure out how many we have to sell these. Too bad it's not 20. It's gonna be awkward. Gotta get down to 5. Alright, what else do we still need? I gotta do a really weird setup for lobster. We grab 8 of these, 8 of these, 8 of these. Not sure why the default is 6. I'm not sure any situation where you would grab 6. Because you would never keep the lobster on you when doing this. And then what else do we have? This we have on the ground. This we have on the ground. This we're not doing. This run. Oh, wait. How do I do both Little Lucy and Southall, though? I guess I'm just doing a little Lucy run, then. And teleporting back. Well, if that's the case, I can go do Sentinel, then. If I'm doing a Little Lucy run. Do we have enough inventory for that, though? Because the answer is likely no. The inventory is going to be the main factor here. Because we're going to have 8. Let's see. Because just these 4 alone. 8, 13. Oh, wow. Wait, I don't... Even these I don't think we have enough for. It's 13, 19, 22. Oh, no. Exact inventory again. Wow. Perfect. Second time in a row we got exact inventory because we have 2 potions, so 24 total. Yeah, 13, 19, 22, and then 2 potions. Perfect. Nice. Oh, yeah, we'll do everything but the other 2 then. Everything but Southall and Sentinel. And now, what else do I still have to make? Just the oyster, I think. And then we go turn in Little Lucy. What's the order here? Yeah, I literally just run the Little Lucy and then grab all 3 of these and... Double barracks and the quartermaster. And then we head back here. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not the greatest XP, but I'd still run a 10% for it. We're using a 10% on basically the equivalent of 1 knowledge point. It's not awful. It's not the best, though. Where are the oysters at? 8 of these. No, 6. And 6 of the oyster. Which, hey, we have a venture for that now. We no longer need to spend like 6.6 each on them. We get them for free every day. Which is going to be huge. As that's another expense for Chef that is now pure profit. And it should be exact inventory once we go grab all that junk over there. A little bit annoying when you get 4 different items, but luckily we already had 2 basically pre-made. The leek and the drop the bass. Also, the final time we ever get to do drop the bass. Exact inventory. It's like we planned it to begin with. We basically did. Alright, so what are we doing? We're just turning in a Little Lucy, drinking at 10%. Going boom, 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 boom. And then I guess we try to make 8 leek pies really quick so we can get some of the value from the 10%. Nothing we need to do here. I have no inventory for it. So what's the order here? I gotta do a Little Lucy with bass. Then... the barracks with everything else that isn't lobster. And then quartermaster to lobster. Let's hello you, Steph. Welcome, welcome. Hope everything's been well. Hey, sorry that you couldn't make it yesterday, but... Hey, we're here now. Yeah, we have been doing a little bit shorter streams for Brighter Shores lately. Just to pace ourselves a little bit more. Also because a lot of our grinds are really, really repetitively like the same thing over and over again. Like one of the grinds I've been doing off stream is literally just waiting for thieves and just clicking on them when they appear. It's a really absurdly AFK activity. So I've been trying to do a lot more of those off stream when applicable. Alright, everything but lobster goes to this guy. And then we give lobster to him. And then we try doing something really quick that can use the rest of this XP. Actually, you know what we're going to do because it preps quicker? Give me some alchemy potion. Because there's not really much I could do quick enough for Chef. But we can for alchemy. I forget what I need though. Okay, I think that's it. These also make 8% potions if we ever want to use them. I'm likely saving them exclusively for alchemy, though. Every 8% pot. We have a little over 1,000 banked. And soon to be 1,500 10% pots made. Just waiting on the 209 Forager. No problem, Yusef. Glad I could help. Yeah, we hand out a bunch of them every single time we ever do Gems of War stream. Lately, we've only been doing it on Monday. We used to do it on Monday, Friday, Sunday. But then when Brighter Shores started, it was like, oh, well, let's do it on Monday. At one point, we were doing it for multiple years every single day, that game. Kind of like how we are Brighter Shores every single day. But eventually it got to be too much. For the same reason why doing Brighter Shores every day will eventually get to be too much. But hey, we're still doing it. Aside from those few days I had to stop because the floor being reworked and everything, we've streamed every day since launch for 4 months straight, almost 5 now. Oh, wrong bin. I said, hello, Huckleberry. How goes the grind? Really good. We need a fishing, or not fishing, a cooking level 1.5. And then all of our bounty board gets upgraded for the rest of the time. As it's based on whatever your highest dish is. It doesn't upgrade every level, but whenever you get a new dish. Same as the merchant board. Oh, so speaking of which, let me just double check that we've grabbed everything. I'm pretty sure we've cleared out this entire board. Let me just double check. And yep, every single bounty completed. Alright, well, let's go back to leek pies. Put this over here, put these over here. Not sure why I bothered moving them. Alright, we'll keep doing it until we gain a level, and then I'm gonna go buy however many it looks like we need to go get the rest of the XP. As I do not currently have 208 banked, but I want to wait to 207 so we can calculate out about how many more we need. And then we'll go buy them all back to back. What's better to sell, leathers to vendor or stack them up in the bank first? It depends what your goal for armor maker is. But generally speaking, they will be worth more later than they're worth now, especially if you're enabling trading. But even if you're not, that's still the case. So unless you have an immediate need for money, it is better to keep them, or at least most of them. You can still sell some percent of them. But you generally want to be keeping like 80, 90% normally. Unless you're doing it very specifically to make money for something. But if you're immediately investing them into something, it's probably worth it to sell. But if you're not, it's probably worth it to keep. As regardless if you're enabling or not enabling trading, they're worth more later than they are now. Every single one will trade for more than it can be sold for. And if you're playing Iron Man completely, you will need it eventually for Armor Maker. Otherwise, you'll have to go remake them all later. Or buy them from a shop for way too much. How many more leek pies do we have until we get to the thing? About 100 and... what is that? 50-ish? 100 and something-ish. About another 120 after this inventory. And then we could do the math on how many more I need to go buy. Because by then we should only have about 100... oddly enough, 120 banked. I have like 100, 110 left. But we're definitely going to need more than that. Probably need like 400-ish? Well, then again, counting knowledge, maybe like 300-ish. So I'll have to spend like 10, 15 minutes just buying supplies. Something I was hoping I could get done before the stream, but wasn't able to get them all done. We got to route into 800 when we need about 1,000 or 1,100. It's not gonna take that long to go get them, though. Only problem is during the whole duration, we're getting 0 XP the whole time. A lot of just running back and forth. Oh, wow, we've made so much money this stream. I keep forgetting, these actually make pretty good bank. Like a surprisingly good amount. Assuming you source the leak yourself. And unlike potato, it only requires 1 ingredient instead of 2. Oh no, I guess potato and mash only have 1 as well. I think you only get 1 more potato and mash though. Even if you were to forager, the rest are used for cotton chips. The very last potato and mash is at 336. And it's so close to gourmet sandwich that doesn't even matter. Oh, no wonder why it's so irrelevant. I didn't even notice that. The last good potato that has a good dish that doesn't have any fishing synergy, you do for less than 10 levels. Wow, forager is so pointless. Yeah, you do it for such a short duration. That's funny. You basically just ignore cotton chips and then that potato then. Like, you pretty much ignore the entirety of post 200 potato. If you really, really wanted to. Is this you would have to do for 9 levels before you get something a billion times better than it? And yeah, you do need it for cotton chips, but they require so much of a process that they're probably not worth doing. Other than to have a few for some lower level contracts, like it tells you get like 1 to 4 or something. That's funny. You know why I clicked on the other one? I was doing it based on what number it was, but because that number is now smaller than the other number, I ended up clicking on the stock. Because it was like, oh yeah, the stack I'm working from is the bigger number. No, not quite. Used to be pastry dough. But now that they've reversed, I'm clicking in the opposite order. Because I was doing it almost more so based on the number rather than the icon. But now that doesn't quite work because I have less of it. You got your handcuffs to 25? Nice. Actually, this was our first ever 25 tool now that I think about it, wasn't it? I think it was this, then pickaxe. Yeah, this was actually the first 25 tool I ever bothered getting. And then we did pickaxe, and I have no clue what order we did from there. But it was this first, then pickaxe next. Because that was when we were still doing raid dens up to like level 200. Because that was our first 200, by the way. Combat into detective. So now that combat's not a thing anymore, or, you know, not in the same way that it was. That technically means detective was our first 200. Not counting combat, since it's calculated quite a bit differently these days. But not counting combat, detective was the first 200. That would also explain why it's so high. Because now that I've kind of been evenly doing everything, it was already above to begin with. I still find it really weird it's our highest skill, but I really hope 344 raid dens don't feel that nerfed. The EXP rate for combat will be nerfed into the ground, but I'm hoping the detective EXP per hour is not that bad. Especially if we ever get special attacks with it. The problem with special attacks, though, is it's going to make it so much less AFK. Yeah, the combat XP nerf is really massive. I haven't had the chance to test it on this new raid, though, since obviously we don't have access to it. We need like 30 more detective levels. But I'm really curious to see what it is. But no, AFK detective XP is still nice even without it. It's still the same knowledge rate per hour. And one nice thing about it is we don't have to re-gear at all. As we're already going to walk through way too broken to be able to be killing them. Like, we're going to be so powerful. We're going to be more than double their level. Time for max combat? Oh gosh. It's on the list of things I eventually want to do, but probably not soonish. When special attack weapons come out, I don't ever want to be doing a non-special attack weapon. Which means I would need to go get our Minds of Batubin skills up by a lot. It's one of the reasons why we're considering the Minds of Batubin pivot. That we kind of started doing the last 2 days. I gotta keep poking at. Because those are gonna be really important down the line. Oh, I don't know exactly how it's going to function after Chapter 5. We know at Chapter 5 it'll go to 2,500, but it might not go higher than that after that. The new system starting Chapter 6 might end up doing it without needing to go higher than that, potentially. But I'll have to wait and see. Because if they do raise it by 500 every chapter, that is going to be a very, very, very bloated number over time. I'm pretty sure after Chapter 5, it's going to be they're going to be tweaking exactly how it works for other systems. Or you'd still be utilizing it, but you'd be utilizing it in a way where you don't have to go, like, do 500 levels every time. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because if they are moving that thing up 500 every time, that is going to be the most bloated skill, like, in the history of ever. It'd be more bloated than if they tried making alchemy cover every chapter in the future. Like, you'd eventually have an unlock, like, every level. Well, maybe not, because the 500 spread would make it so it's not that bad, but still. Like, that skill is going to be a gigantic mess over time, if so. was like, good morning, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, that reminds me. I still haven't done the Pokemon thingy. How close are we to our level? After we go get our 200% meter in, we should know how much XP we need then. Which would be perfect because that means we also dumped our 200%. So it looks like 2 more 200%, so we'll be good then. So when I said 4 earlier, we were right then. We weren't sure if it was 3 or 4, but it looks like it's 4. Because we did 2 200% since then, or this will be the second one. And then we need 2 more after that. But after we do get to 207, I need to go buy all the supplies now that we can do the math for it. I'll wait until after we get this 200% in though. Because it'll be easier to calculate that way. I'm still not sure why I'm checking the XP amount. Because we're basically waiting on 200% meter. Doesn't matter how much XP we get towards it. The 200% meter will automatically make it go over regardless. Someone said he could carry in Gems of War. How does that work? I'm not sure exactly what they would mean. But generally, getting into a really good guild is a lot of free resources in that game. It's one of those games that's really guild heavy. Where you join a guild and you just get a bunch of free loot. A lot of them do have like weekly requirements and stuff like that, but I assume that's what he meant. There's a lot of new player-friendly guilds as well that help people get started. Not sure how many of them are still running these days in Gems of War, but there's still a handful of them. Normally the official Gems of War forum is the place to look for them, though. Sometimes they're in Global Chat as well. Global Chat 1. You can normally find a bunch of people recruiting. You've got your level 30 Glaceon and 10 Capricorn for your first Max Immortal, and your 5th level 10 for the achievement for the gems. Oh yeah, I still never did that yet either. There's actually a handful of achievements for that game I've never bothered doing. Because it requires so many random resources. That I do have, I'm just waiting to spend later. Like the one for Shinies, for example. Or I could easily get it literally whenever I feel like it, just I'm hoarding the keys for later. Especially now that they're adding legendaries. Still no mythics yet. Eventually. By the way, I was wondering earlier, and it actually did get confirmed by someone off stream, but you can get level 100 guard equipment now. So our level 4 boot that has gotten turned into a level 50. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't go check it here. But that level 4 boot that got turned into a level 50, I could technically go upgrade into a 4-star level 100 if I wanted to. But what would be even funnier is I think we could upgrade it to a 69. So you know we got to do it. We got to go upgrade into a 4-star 69. The only problem is if we ever upgrade it, we can never upgrade it again. And it caps at 100. But, we gotta make it a funny number. Because they extended how far you can go now by 10 levels, or by 50 levels. Which also made all guard equipment move up by 50. The only problem is, if I wanted to get it to be exactly 69 or any other number, I would need to wait till Armor Maker comes out. It'd be too hard to do otherwise. Because we'd have to go really far out of our way. I could do it on the day that we finally get Armor Maker. Because for any of you who don't know, we have a pair of boots that we got within the first hour of the game that we never got rid of. It was the only 3-star or higher piece of equipment that survived the rollback from day 1. So we're keeping it for the rest of the time. Originally it was level 4, but the new combat system made it go to 50. But the new combat system now goes to 100. So we're going to make it 69. But whenever we go and lock it in at a number, it's stuck there forever though. Because we can't re-upgrade a 4-star equipment. Well, I'll be keeping those 69 boots forever. Unless they had some kind of way to make them into a 5-star at some point, which would be really funny. I highly doubt something like that could ever be made into a 5-star, though. Realistically, it's just going to be like boss drops and things that you craft out of that or something. I am curious to see what the first 5-star equipment's going to be like in the game. Because they're probably going to look really unique compared to normal equipment. Because eventually you're going to be an all 5-star only. Like, Ultra Endgame in this game way down the line is just wearing all 5-star armor and nothing else. Where 1 and 2 star just sell. 3 stars literally just crafting material and never actually used. 4 stars basically people's budget equipment for when they can't afford 5-star. And then 5 stars like the actual real equipment in the game. Do I think armor will have different perks? It's a big issue that armor is going to have initially. Because they're likely not getting enhancements until Chapter 6. And to our current understanding, unless they change their mind on it, only weapons are getting an effect for being 4-star. Which means when weapons get special attacks at 4-star, armor is getting nothing in return. I hope they do consider that during the beta or beforehand even. Because otherwise there's going to be a big discrepancy between the usefulness of 4-star weapons and 4-star armor. But the main thing being that you would never ever use 4-star armor ever. The amount of time to make it and or get it would just not be worth the time of its benefit. Or lack thereof. At least relative to a 4-star spec weapon. Like, you'd be better off redoing your spec weapon every 10 levels or even every 5 levels than to bother making 4-star armor. Unless they do something to change that. I'm hoping they do, but based on what we currently know, there's nothing being done about it, at least in the short term. The earliest something would be done is Chapter 6 once we can start enhancing equipment. But I'm hoping they give it unique 4-star effects as well, though. Otherwise, they're going to fall way behind weapons. They already are behind weapons, but even more so than they already are. Because otherwise, no one will ever use higher than 3-star armor unless they get one as a drop. There'd never be a reason to. Unless you're doing, like, PvP or a hard boss or something. But at least with their currently planned balance of the game, there's pretty much no reason to ever use above 3-star armor. Even once we have Armor Maker. With the only exception being if you get one as a drop, of course. What's up, Mario? Welcome, welcome. But you're never in the current state of what they're going to be doing, ever go out of your way to make 4-star armor, pretty much. But the only exception being PvP in the short term. As 4-star armor is probably pretty much required for PvP. Well, technically 4-star everything, you know what I mean. Like, you gotta be as max could be for when you do that. I hope everything's been going well, Mario. Welcome, welcome. Alright, next inventory, we can finally go see how much more XP we need. Which may even this inventory, let's see. No, it's next inventory. Ah, actually, 20 of them? No, this inventory we get to see. Okay, that's nice. Ooh. Alright, time to go do some math. I guess we assume 2, or we assume 5 knowledge points, I guess. We'll do it in between. We'll assume like 1 million XP for all of our knowledge. How about that? We'll assume 1 mil XP. Which I believe is about 5 knowledge points. Maybe a little bit less than that. Let's assume like 800k. We'll assume 800k for all of the knowledge that we get between now and 208. So we minus 800k from whatever this number is, and then calculate out each one at 4.1k. Working on 200 all at the moment? Nice. We're currently trying to get 208 Chef, as is one of the only few things that's still pre-200. This message board is currently running as if we have 197. Once we get to 208, it will run as if we have 208. Which is what we're trying to get right now, so we can get some free passive cooking XP over time. As that will increase the amount of profit, and most notably the amount of XP per contract. Not just on the new contract, but on every contract. But yeah, we pretty much have everything post 200 now after today. Other than like a few of our gatherings here and there, which will be fixed soon. Like needing to get 209 Forge or be able to do it, and we're only 2 levels away. But we're pretty much all post 200. We did our first post 200 venture as well for fishing. Almost like a whole fishing level. Finally get that operational after like a week of working towards that. But yeah, this is one of the last few things we haven't gotten to post 200 yet. Still working as if it's 197. Well, we'll get it soon. Alright, let's go do some math. I currently only have 100 banked. So let's go figure out how many we need. Also, that's not what I wanted. So we have 100 banked. Let me see how many we need to buy. So let's minus 800k from this number. The number is that number. So let's just say it's 2.4 mil. So it's 1.6 mil. We're doing 4k each, which means I need 400. Okay, I need to go buy 400, which means I need to go buy 300. Because I already have 100 banked. But yeah, we need the number in our bank to say 380 something, 390 something. All right, let's go do it. After we go cash in this XP, we'll go check it then. You're currently at 2,918 total. Nice. And 3155. Nice. Huge congrats. Yeah, you're getting really close to 200 all then if that's your level. Because assuming you're evenly distributed, you reach 200 all around 3,600, 3,700. Actually, no, never mind. Even lower than that because of how the combat works now. I forgot about that. Wait, 200 all is actually kind of way lower if you don't do that much combat. I almost forgot about that. Wait. 8, 6, 14. Yeah, you can have 200 all at level 3,000 now. I kind of forgot about that. Because it's 600 levels lower than before. Oh yeah, I could have just minus 600 from it. But yeah, it's technically possible to have 200 all at level 3,000 now. Due to the combat rework. I forgot it's not 3,600 anymore. You neglected Hopeport and Hope Forest quite a bit. Yeah, I was initially. The main reason I haven't been doing too much in Hopeport over time is mostly because of free-to-play players when trading comes out. I was just concerned with all the bots. But luckily most of the bots quit, so we don't need to worry about that too much, at least in the short term. I was just concerned people would like hyper farm free-to-play. And then get membership and just have all the progress from that. So you maintain more of your value when you train the member skills comparatively. Oops, I did this wrong. Gotta use my 1 point first. But yeah, after this inventory, what I'm gonna go do is buy until we have 400 of the pastry and 400 of the chicken. That should be enough. But yeah, I have doubled back to free to play a little bit just to get objectives that we really need. Like getting to 226 Venture so we just get a lot of free XP. Getting Chef to post 200 contracts just so we can get a little bit better XP whenever we grab them. Forger 209 so we can get all the 10% pots for Alchemy. Alchemy eventually to 500 because it's useful regardless. Gather a little bit so we can make from scratch tier 5 equipment, which we need 280 for. It's 280. This is 4 as in F-O-R, not 4 as in the number. But woodcutter, some early, we'd need like 310. More importantly, 293. Carpenter, we'd also need to get up a little bit. 315 or 291. The one interesting thing, I can make perfect shields from 332, which is kind of funny. My bone rate would need to be level 500, but you can actually do your perfect shield upgrade with 332 carpentry. It honestly isn't that bad. Like, you need 332 carpentry and 336 woodcutter. And while those are a little high, that makes the best shield in the entire game for every class. Or, you know, your 4-star if you're not Guardian, or in the case if you are a Guardian, your best shield. It's not like the other ones where you actually have to go pretty deep. Like, I think the equivalent for mining for that's like 380 mining and like 300 something smithing or something. Oh wait, I forgot to use my other point. No! I did the same thing earlier. That's not too big a deal though. Whoops. Always do that. Alright, let me go buy all the supplies we need. Oh nice, we got 69. Alright, let's go make the 69 go up to 400 something. I'll go and do one inventory past 400 and that should be enough. Let's go do it. Time to go buy. Just putting these potions away so they don't despawn. We'll be back. Alright, let's get to it. I was trying to get this done before the stream, but we do have to do a little bit now. Gotta buy enough till we have 400 of both. Let's keep alternating between the two and just kind of guesstimate it. But after this, yeah, let's make the full grind for the final level then. Hey, let me go bring up the map screen. There's something really easy you can do with the map. You just keep the map locked in. It's one of the few times I actually use a locked-in map. Oh yeah, I do like doing it this way. I like doing a little bit of everything rather than just like grinding out a 500. My other concern for doing a 500 is you stop getting XP forever for it. But yeah, that was one of our main goals early on, was to do every quest so we could try everything. But after that, it's like, oh, might as well just stay spread on everything. Just try a little bit of everything as we go. Because I basically just try to do upgrades as we need. And just try to upgrade everything collectively together. Like, for example, when we get 208 Chef, one thing that will be good, what we'll be getting up through our venture over time, is we need 235 Fisher. As cod and chips requires that cod right there. So you get a lot of the synergies as you keep going if you do everything a little bit more evenly. Whereas if you could go for a few to 500, you kind of skip a lot of that. Or you bank too many, or you don't bank enough, or similar things like that. But I plan to keep them all pretty even for pretty much the entire time. There might be a few exceptions, like if we ever go on a power combat grind or something, but yeah, they'll be staying relatively even. Like, honestly, I will sooner have 300 all than before I will have a 500. There's a good chance we will have 300 all before 500. Not counting combat. Combat has a weird or different number system. Oh no, our profit. No, our money, come back. All of the money. I don't know, I personally never really cared about the high scores, which is also why I didn't really bother for 500s. Because by the time we get our first 500, honestly, every single high score will probably be taken for it. The only high score we can realistically get based on our current path that we want to do is Mine to Matubin. As no one has done it yet. Because it's so slow. But out of any grind that is possible, it is the one that aligns most with what we need to do. Because if we ever want to train combat absurdly high, we got to do that grind first. The only problem with that is that means 500 bone right, 500 mining, 500 smithing, and 500 stonemason. Which takes so long, 0 people have done it so far. There's been people grinding it like every day since launch. And they are still not done yet. They're still like a month or 2 away. Which means it takes like half a year. Which is why I've been kind of poking at it slowly rather than trying to do it all at once. Because that's about a half a year grind. To get 500 all mines in Matubin. At least doing it from 0. Obviously if you already have some, it's less. Like from where we are right now, it's probably like a 4-month grind instead of a 6-month. Yeah, right now I'm dumping all my knowledge into stonemason. Other than when I'm trying to get a level, like today for Chef. But like when I'm doing the detective off stream, I'm dumping everything into stonemason while doing smithing with the boost pot. Like I'm doing detective activity, but I'm teleporting to go smith. And then dumping all the knowledge into stonemason. I'm currently not doing a passive in chapter 4 though, I probably should be. I'm currently doing the alchemy passive in chapter 1. Just so we can get back to the point where we can actually do alchemy again. Which at bare minimum is 238, but if we want to fully maximize the AFK activity, it's 248. Which is a whole 10 level difference there. Oh, not the right one. And let me double check how much chicken I have. I think one more inventory after this, we should be good. We're almost enough. Don't want to go too much. We need to get like one inventory past 400. We should be good. I'll do this and then I'll check it after the next one. And then we'll do pastry dough until it seems like we have about the same amount. If episode 5 came out tomorrow, what would we do? I would first do every single quest in that chapter. And just explore it, see what it has to offer, everything like that. Then after that, I would probably get one of them to 200 so I could start passiving it. Most likely Armor Maker. Or Builder if it seems like it's really, really good to get Builder up. But I would either get Builder or Armor Maker to 200 and then start doing the passive for it. Then after that, I would probably get all of them to 200 or focus on one. Depending on what the goal is at the time. If we do focus on one though, it probably has to be Delver. Because Armor Maker won't be that worthwhile doing because of everyone who did 500 Merchant and Leatherworker already. Builder we could, but it depends how you get all the supplies from it. Alright, we'll do 2 more chickens it looks like. And then we'll do leek for the rest, or the pastry for the rest. And that should be everything we need for our grind then. Yep, looks like it. Because that covers us for about 1.7 million, roughly. And then the rest would come from knowledge. Alright, now we do pastry only. Until the numbers are the same. And that should be level 208 bank then. Fingers crossed, we'll find out. Should be though. We need 10 quests in bulk. Oh no, they're never going to do it like that. Even back in the day, they never really did it like that. The closest they've ever gotten to a bulk release quest was Recipe for Disaster as the 100th quest when they did it as a celebration for 100 quests. It was a quest that came out that had like 8 parts to it or 10 parts, whatever it is. That's the closest they've ever gotten to releasing that many quests at once. Who knows, maybe we'll do the same for the 100th anniversary for this game too, who knows. But that's the closest they've ever gotten to releasing 10 in one day. Hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Because whenever a new chapter comes out, I assume it's going to have 3 or 4 quests. It's going to have the main storyline, obviously, because that's required. It's going to have, like, 2 side quests, like these have kind of already established. And maybe they'll include a small third, kind of like what Chapter 1 did. But every new chapter should only come in with, like, 3 or 4. Unless they go really crazy with one. They're likely to only come with 3 to 4. A main storyline, 2 other quests, and maybe an extra one if they feel like it. I don't think they're ever going to exceed that for a new chapter, though. 3 to 4 is the max we're likely ever going to see. With one of those being the main storyline. Obviously, every chapter will get more down the line. I don't think any's going to launch with more than that ever, though. It's just so much work on top of what they already have to do for each chapter. I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually do get chapters that start having over 10 quests, though, in total. With Hopeport likely being the first one to ever get it, realistically. Because one of these upcoming 2 new quests are already going to be 1 for it. So that means it has 5 quests. Even if it only gets 1 more. Because there's 4 quests and then a main storyline quest. So that means Hopeport's already at 5. When the average one is at like 3. Save Andrew Gower from skiing. Oh. I need to start going for walks again. I haven't been doing it lately because it's been so cold lately. But now that it's been getting warmer out, I really need to start doing morning walks again. Because I'm getting so sore sitting here right now. Gotta stretch. Yep. Alright, let me double check how many pastries we have. I don't think we're overshooting yet. I just want to see how many more we need. Alright, what's our current count at? I don't think we overshot. No, not even close. I mean, like 6, 7 more. And then that should be everything banked for 208 then. Which of course is our final goal today. At least for on stream. Off stream I'll be doing AFK detective, or active AFK into smithing while dumping all knowledge into stonemason. Which means we should get a smithing level, hopefully. We should gain a stonemason or level or 2. And I should have enough detective finally tomorrow to go do investigations, which probably could be our plan. Investigation the merchant. I'll probably just try some before tomorrow as well. Not sure if I'm gonna like power farm them, we'll see. Depends how good they feel. The biggest issue with them is trying to synergize them with merchant is kind of awkward now because of the potions we need. Because we're going to need at least 2, if not 3 potions while doing it. A fear potion. A, what's the other one called? We're going to need a fear potion. We're going to need a EXP potion for Chronopolis, and then an EXP potion for Mines of Matubin. There's going to be 3 inventories that are eaten up by potion. Which means we can only do 3 sets of merchant items instead of 4. But if they ever had a equipable potion, then we could actually do all 4. At some point, we'll get it. Because then merchant to detective synergy gets way better at that point. Not only are you able to pot up the entire time during merchant, but detective is a 0 inventory skill. So you'd always be able to get perfect synergy with it into merchant then. The biggest thing that's awkward about it now is all the potions that you need while doing detective. Most notably fear potion. Because that's not an optional thing. You 100% need fear once you get to a certain level for detective. Otherwise, there's investigations that are just pointless to bother doing because you have to go to an aggro room that takes way too long otherwise. It's not like some aggro rooms where you kind of like shimmy across. Like, those aggro rooms you're in for such a long duration that you'll always get attacked. Not to mention, some of them have range units or a bunch of melee units that will guarantee hit you even if the room is crowded. To a point where you 100% have to use Fear Potion. Alright, 2 more inventories and we'll go check where we're at. Because that should almost be enough for one off. Might even overshot, but it's fine to have too many than not enough. We'll check after next inventory. Too bad it doesn't just tell you when you go in to do this here. Like, say, plus 24. Or, you know, have how many ever is in there. Like 390, then parentheses plus 24. So you know how many you put in, but then also how many you have in your stack. That and some quality of life to storage rifts, like deposit all and stuff like that would be so nice. Alright, are we finally there? Can we finally go do leek pies now? Is it time? Can we do leek pie? How many do we have in here? How much water do I drink a day? Probably like 4 bottles. Oh, I overshot by 1. Oh, that's fine. Alright, let me go get one more set of chicken then. Perfect. So when I thought it was almost done, it actually was exactly done. That's fine. That should be more than enough then. Not to mention, we get to do contracts in 7 minutes too, which might give us a little bit of a bump that I didn't calculate for. Though I can't use the COD one anymore since we're out of COD finally. Alright, let's go get our potion because of course they're not equipable, so we gotta go walk all the way over here. Grab the potions we need from here. And then we just gotta go do this for about another hour then. Or however long it's gonna take. It's like an hour, hour 10 minutes, somewhere around there. Alright, what do I need? I need a bunch of these. And some of these. Oh, I'm starting to run low on these 10% finally. I only have like 117 left. I'm gonna need to go... Okay, we definitely need to keep focusing on the Alchemy AFK then. That or I need to worry about Forager at some point. Because I need 209 Forager so I can go finish all of Alchemy. Let's see, how far do we have to go? Yeah, I'll wait till we AFK Alchemy to 248. Then I'll go do all my Fear Potion and everything else that we need to go do. Oh, too early. What am I doing? Alright, let's go back to making leek pie. You go over here, you go over here, you go in here. And now we can finally start getting XP again. After all those shenanigans. But now we should have more than enough banked. Alright, back to the cycle. Till that number says 208. But now we should have everything banked we need for it. The only distraction is like one more chef bounty if we want to go take it. You need caffeine to do cooking. I've been trying to stay away from caffeine again recently. I haven't been completely staying away from it, but my intake of it has definitely gone down a lot. Like, I haven't had it in days at this point. And when I do, I have something that has like a super low amount in it. But hey, our Oport rank is pretty much caught up with, that's pretty funny. It's basically caught up with our Chronopolis. Because so many people were doing, like, panic, the detective grind because they were doing the raid dents and everything before they got nerfed. Then people just doing merchant detective in general. I mean merchant leatherworker. But yeah, our whole port rank almost caught up. That's how little we've been doing Chronopolis lately. Though we will be doing this some tomorrow. Which will get it around 69 or so. Actually, almost exactly. It's probably gonna be somewhere around there. What is our lowest rank right now out of anything in the entire game? Forger, oddly enough. You know why? People are doing 209 so they get to 10% pots. I haven't done the grind yet, and I really need to. Are we still doing Castle Wars? Yeah, we're still doing Castle Wars on the side. As far as ticket progress, we're getting about 6 per hour. We currently have about 600 here, a little under. And we're wearing 1,000. So we have about 1,600, which I can get a shield once we get that too. But we have about 1,600, and I need, how many more? I need 1,300 more than that. So we have about 220 hours of Castle Wars to still do, or somewhere around there. Like 220, 230, somewhere around there. I've been doing about 10 hours a day, just in the background. It's 20 minutes AFK at a time. That thing says 18 minutes, but it lasts for 20 minutes. Obviously, it's partially started. Yeah, it's 20 minutes AFK for 6 tickets an hour. So 220 hours sounds like a lot of time, but I have to click like a few times every like 20 minutes. And that's it. I'll probably be giving it membership again sometime next month. So we can prep for Varlamore Part 3. Which we'll probably start doing some separate streams for. Like full screen old school RuneScape. That or maybe cover some video series or on it or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I want to go about covering it in the future. Or even just making a new hardcore and just kind of running that only for the more interesting things once we get to them. Do I hate PKing in that game? I find it fun. It's just the skill ceiling and floor for that game is absurd. Like, you would think in a point-and-click game, it's like, oh, that would be so easy to do combat. How does that have any diversity in it? And then you actually do PvP, and it's like, oh. But no, the skill ceiling in that game is absurd. Like, absolutely absurd. Especially since the average person who's still doing PvP in that game has probably been doing it for anywhere from 10 to 20 years. Like, nearly every day for 10 to 20 years. I haven't been able to do it much since I got back, because since I got back, I've been on a hardcore the whole time. So aside from PvP minigames, I haven't been able to do any PvP. As far as Last Man Standing in that game, which is like a Battle Royale kind of style PvP, where it's really even for everyone, I do pretty slightly below average for it, I would say. Like, I can easily kill the bots, like the ones that aren't programmed to like auto-kill you. And I can kill like an average player. But the second you get to, like, someone who is decent, we will lose almost every fight. We'll win maybe, like, 20% of fights against someone who has any competence at PvP at all. It's probably the lowest win rate I have for any PvP game that I do PvP in. It's because the skill ceiling is so high and everyone has been doing it for so long. Or at least the average person in that game has been doing it for so long. That's 20% more than you. Because, yeah, I've never done a video series for Old School RuneScape before. If I was to do one, I kind of want to do it on either a fresh hardcore or main from scratch kind of series. Since I never really played a main before. But I feel like a hardcore is more interesting. It always has like the, ooh, when are we finally going to die aspect to it. But Because I think the plan would be, if I was to do a video series on it, is we make a hardcore from scratch. And when it dies, we just convert it into a main and keep going. I just play it as like a high-risk hardcore that it then gets converted into a PVM rush main. The biggest issue with that is editing down that much footage. Because, gosh, that's a lot of footage. These grinds in that game are not quick. Like, it's hundreds of hours just to reach the mid-game. Oh, so what am I doing? I have to click sell. Especially on an Iron Man account where everything takes longer. So what am I doing? My brain is malfunctioning right now. What game are we interested in if we were to take a break for Brighter Shores? Well, next week we'll be doing Xenoblade Chronicles X for about a week. Beyond that, I'd probably just go and do membership on Old School again and start grinding that out or something. Because the only new game that I know I'm going to be playing a lot this year is Slay the Spire 2. Which is, I'm not sure how much I'm going to be playing it during beta, because it's launching in beta. It depends how stable and everything the beta is and how balanced it already is. Because in the first Slay the Spire, I only really put a couple hundred hours in after it was fully released. It was really good, though. Play Monster Hunter? Honestly, Xenoblade Chronicles X is almost Monster Hunter. Except made like 10 years ago. Or at least the original, since it's technically the remake of it. It's probably going to be the most closest Monster Hunter adjacent game that we ever played on the channel. Except it's not actually Monster Hunter. But I believe it has a lot of similarities. I don't know all of them because I never played Monster Hunter, but it definitely has several. It's just a lot more RPG heavy, as Xenoblade Chronicles X is. Also, I believe in Monster Hunter, you mostly fight solo, I think? Whereas every fight you ever do is always a team competition fight in Xenoblade. Like, there's no such thing as a solo fight in that game. You always have a team behind you. But yeah, if I ever did do Path of Exile 2, I feel like I would mostly just go through the main storyline or whatever it has, and then probably stop playing. I don't think I would stick to grindy endgame. I've just never been a big fan of AE RPGs, though. There's a lot of RPG type games I play, but I never really gotten into the action genre. Or to like the hack and slash kind of genre of them. Like the Diablos and such. Is I generally prefer the more turn-based RPGs normally. Things that are literally turn-based or things that are pseudo-turn-based. Like RuneScape and Brighter Shores. where they're not turn-based, but they run on a tick system that makes them closer to turn-based compared to real-time. It's just like really quick pace turn-based, basically. Oh, this is the 10% time as well. Ooh. Gotta remember to actually use all the XP this time. Not forget to go use it. Did I try Elder 7? No. I haven't played anything in the ARPG genre since, like, Diablo 2. Not the remake, the original. That's the last time I played an action RPG. It was in, like, 2003, 2004 or something. Honestly, that's the biggest issue with pretty much any Pokemon-like game, or even official Pokemon games. They're either really pay to win, or they're hacked into oblivion. And there's pretty much nothing in between. Like, that's what made me... I got really back into Pokemon for 1 year, but that's the main thing that kind of made me stop. Is I kind of realized that for, like, every Pokemon game. Is either every single one is mega paywalled, or if it's hackable, it's everyone just hacking, like 80% of people. Instead of actually playing legitimately. But yeah, we will be playing the next Pokemon Legends game, though. I'm still not sure how I feel about it compared to the previous Legends game, because the previous Legends game was what got me back into Pokemon for a little bit. But this next one is kind of up in the air on if it's good or bad or not. The main thing that will determine it for me is how fun is shiny hunting. Because I might go for full shiny living decks for the game, like we did for Legends Arceus. Because they just keep making shiny rates higher and higher and higher. And at that point, I might as well just full shiny complete every game that has overworld shinies. When is the next Pokemon called? It's called Legends ZA. Or Pokemon Legends ZA. I don't think it had an official date yet, but it's coming after the Switch 2. So likely like late this year. Like November, December release kind of time. Probably November. So around the 1 year mark of Brighter Shores. Is probably around when it's coming out. Because they would want to do it before the holiday. I'm not sure every launch title I would try on the Switch 2. Definitely the new Mario Kart. Definitely Pokemon Legends ZA. I'm not sure of any launch title that's coming out that I would play otherwise, though. Unless they're doing another Xenoblade or something. Xenoblade Chronicles 4. I don't think they are, though. Because that means they would have released 2 Xenoblade games in 1 year, which is very unlikely. Even though one is a remake, but, you know, still. That's still very unlikely. They don't have that big of a dev team. They're almost like a double A studio in that regard. I think they're too small to technically be triple A. All those terms are pretty much arbitrary anyways. But they're definitely smaller than like a standard AAA studio. Last thing you played was Diamond and Pearl? Yeah, I actually quit Pokemon after that as well. After like 2013, I quit Pokemon until like, actually no, I think it was a little bit after that. After like 2010, I quit it all the way till like 2021 or something. Whatever year Legends Arceus came out. I think it was 2021 or 2022 or something. But yeah, I quit it for like 11 or 12 years. I went all the way from Generation 4 to Generation 8. I skipped like 3 generations. I never played 5, 6, or 7. Actually, the next Pokemon game takes place where 5 was. So there's probably going to be some lore that will go over my head. But if it's anything like Legends Arceus, I don't think you needed to have played the previous game to know. Because Legends Arceus took place in Diamond and Pearl era. But if you knew nothing about Diamond and Pearl, you would still understand the entire storyline. And I assume Pokemon Legends EA is the same way. We'll find out, because I've never played it. So I don't know, I need a lore for Gen 5. But when we did Legends Arceus, which was technically in Gen 4, you didn't need to know any prior knowledge to know everything that's going on. The game's main storyline just kind of explained itself completely. There were like a few hidden references that would probably go over your head. But beyond that, it's like nothing. Like there was like a few character references, I think. Like ancestors of like old characters and having similar personalities and a few other things like that. I feel just like small little things, but not really lore dependent. There's a few references here and there. There's Dragon 48. I've seen this guy so often lately. Bird number 7 and Dragon 48. These originally were going to take Dragon on the middle name, but we got number 3, so we couldn't because we went for Tacet first. But then we were going to go Bird, which we did end up getting. But I see some birds occasionally around, particularly bird number 7. But, yeah, there's still a dragon and bird around. This guy I've been seeing almost every day lately. Those are the 2 names we tried getting on Erd 2. One of them we got, the other one we didn't. But apparently there's at least 48 of them now. What Pokemon would you own IRL? I don't know. My favorite Pokemon overall is Corviknight. That they added in Gen whatever Sword and Shield was. I'm starting to forget the numbers at this point. I think it was Gen 8. But Corviknight's probably my favorite Pokemon of all time. It's like a metal crow. It's also very similar usage-wise, like as far as gameplay, to what Skarmory was in Gen 3. Which is probably also why I like it. Like, it's both nostalgic but new, but also actually good. Because Skarmory was pretty bad for the most part. But Corviknight was basically just min-max statted Skarmory. Like, it's the same typing of steel flying, while also being a bird design. Except its design is better, its stats are better, its moves are better. Like, everything is better. It's just completely better Skarmory. They basically just re-released it. Just modernized with a billion buffs. What legendary would you want to own? I'm trying to think. Honestly, the one from the most recent game I do like a lot. I forget his name. Miraidon or Crydon? I think it's Miraidon. Whatever one the ancient one was. I like that guy. It reminds me of Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. With how they treated it during the storyline. Not quite the same storyline arc, but it definitely behaves similarly. I do have to say that one character in Scarlet and Violet, though, such a tragic backstory. I forget his name. You know the one, if you've ever played the game. Not to spoil what happens with him. But gosh. I'm actually surprised they did something like that for a Pokemon game. Because his backstory is so grim for a kid's game. Alright, we're halfway to our final level. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. It'll be worth it once we finally start getting these better bounties, though. I'm not sure exactly how much of a buff is, but this is bare minimum, like a 10% just flat buff to every bounty we ever do. So anytime we ever do one of these, other than the ones we already have, they don't get rebuffed. But if we get one, we could actually compare it side by side. If we can hopefully get like the same one on the board. But it should be about a 10% XP buff, roughly. Or a high single-digit number. Which is not that bad for something we're already going to be doing anyways. Turn in 10, get one free. It's like if we were just perpetually using a 10% pot. Except it stacks even more, since we can still use a 10% pot on it, of course. Which is why we're going for it, because we're going to be poking it up over time anyway, so might as well be getting better value from it. Also, so I don't have to make as many leak pies on our grind. Because I do want to do Gatherer while dumping knowledge into Gatherer the whole time. So we can get to something good, like alchemy supplies again or something. Which means I'm going to get less leaks overall. Which means I got to do more cooking bounties. Which is why we're trying to set up cooking bounties so we can start getting that loop going. Because however many leaks I have by the time I get 224 Gatherer while dumping knowledge into Gatherer the whole time. That's the total amount we're ever going to have. I'm never going to bother getting more. So we got to offset it by actually training Chef through bounties. Oh, where am I going? I said bounties and I started walking to the bounty board. No, not yet. Did I grab any bounties yet on the previous board? I can't remember if these were or weren't. I think they are. We'll check again afterwards. But I think that's the game plan then. Tomorrow, well, obviously we'll finish the chef grind today. Tomorrow's grind will be detective into merchant. Monday's grind will probably be finishing whatever we don't have done on merchant, while also probably still doing detective merchant. And then Tuesday's when we start the pivot. It's also hopefully the day we finally get the patch. Because that'd be the perfect pivot day. And then we got to set up some kind of AFK activity for Xenoblade. Still not sure what that's going to be at this point, to be honest. The closest one is getting 217 Chef. If we were to do that, that means I would have to do Gatherer on Tuesday, Chef literally all day on Wednesday, and then clean it up on Thursday so that we can start on Friday or something. Because then we'd have to do stews. What's nice about that is once we get the cooking level 4, it's good to go. The other alternative is to do Leatherworker, which we're going to have that. So worst comes to worst, we could always fall back on Leatherworker. The problem with Leatherworker is it's really annoying to bank AFK-wise. I would also be banking everything because it's way quicker than selling. as well as way less clicks than selling. As you can just click twice to do it. Whereas realistically to sell, you gotta teleport once, then click, then sell, then click, then buy, then click, then click, then click. Whereas here you like click twice, deposit, click once, buy everything, click once, do everything. So if we were to do that, it would have to be bank all. But luckily we have the money to be banking all. We have 14, 15 gold by then, maybe 16 gold. So honestly, worst comes to worst, I think that's our backup plan. I might just do Leatherworker all the way to like 240. Honestly, I think that's the game plan. Because I don't think we're going to be able to get anything else rolling by then. Whereas 3 merchant levels is so free to go get. Like if we power grind that, that takes like only 3 hours. Or if we do it while doing detective merchant, it takes technically 0 hours. As I'm just getting it for free while doing detective. Obviously it takes some amount of time away from detective, but barely any. Like it's almost 0 time doing it while doing detective investigation. Not quite 0 time, but pretty low. Oh, so hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome, all all's been well. You just hit 700 and or 472 Fisher? Nice! Huge congrats. Honestly, that's one of my favorite capes that uses the tiered system. Like, out of any of them that specifically utilize the tier system, I feel like it looks like the coolest one. Like, the ones that actually specifically utilize every single category and start making a big design out of it. I like how it goes, like, deeper and deeper into the sea. It works perfectly. Like, as far as overall design, I do like a few other ones more. But when it comes to utilizing the tiered system, I don't think any keep does it better than Fisher. Yeah, the mining one's really good. The mining one is really glowy. We actually still have our 200 mining keep as well. I don't bother selling my capes. We might get the 500 one when we get to it. We'll see. There's a lot of 500 mining before we have 500 all for the chapter, that's for sure. It would, realistically, if we do start getting 500s in that chapter, it'd be the first one we get. Would be mining of the 4. Ooh. Aw. I can't do that. I don't have any anymore, unfortunately. I might go do a chef run after 3 more sets of these. Just so I can 10% and get the double dip on it. But yeah, 3 more inventories or 4 more inventories, we'll go do our bounty run. I think we could do everything, actually. 9, 18... Oh, I would have to scrap Scoutfall, though. Well, I could just not go there. But yeah, I could do it. 10, 13, 15. Yeah, I could do everything but Southwall. Not only is it all for out, but, it's too many items anyways. But yeah, we'll do all but Southwall, then. What's the final fish you get to catch? Manta Ray. It's a decently AFK one. Same as Flounder. Flounder has some pretty good synergy with the room as well. Because you can just AFK all the foraging on the beach. The only problem with that is they fall off pretty early. The highest the shell gets in that room is 185, and the highest the kelp gets is 161. Like, at our level range, if we were to do that, it would be fine. Because your shell's not so bad that it's worthless. But once you start getting to, like, the mid 200, high 300, you can't even get Flounder synergy anymore. You do get really good synergy at the end for the other one, though. Manta Ray, the final Gennard, everything like that has Limpert synergy. But yeah, that one beach synergy falls off really early, the Flounder beach. You have to sell your Flounder because you can't afford the cape? How much do they sell for? Aren't they like 10 silver each? Or maybe not that high. They gotta be like, what, 6 silver each? 7 silver? 5? Like somewhere around 5 to 7 each. Because that's only like 30 levels away from max level. Their only purpose is to be sold, though. 4.6? Wow, that is so bad. Especially for how far away they are. And the fact that you can't even pre-bank them. Why are they so bad? Like, it's still worth it, but, it's not as low. I didn't think it would be that low. Because every time you want to sell them, you gotta go all the way from here, all the way over there. You gotta move, like, 4 rooms. You'll finish your cycle, like, right over here or right over here. Then you gotta walk all the way out, all the way over here, all the way over here, all the way over here, sell, and then walk all the way back. It's a little unfortunate. Did you not get enough money from it while doing Puffer Eel? Because Puffers must be like 3 silver each, right? And they're like right on top of a bank. Like the Unicorn Puffer. Or did he use that on like spear upgrades or something? Oh, you spent it all on enhancements? Okay, I was gonna say. Because you should have made a lot of money during that. But yeah, that makes sense. It was to upgrade the tool. There is one big downside of getting too late, though. We're going to be replacing a dish that is one step and very easy to do with a dish that is multi-stepped and requires ingredients we do not have at all. I'm scared to even see what it buys from the shop. It's probably like 10 silver each. Plus I need the potatoes, so that's 16 silver. Plus you would still need the other item. Honestly, it's probably like minus... It probably costs like 17 silver per, not counting the money we get back. If you were to buy everything for the shop. Which initially I would have to, because it's not worthwhile to get the potato. They're like 6 silver each about. The fish is probably 10 silver each, and I can't get them to 335, so I'll need some amount to hold me over until then. And then they also require, actually they don't require another thing, it's only those 2. But still, those 2 are already enough. But yeah, it is just those 2 ingredients. You put one in here, one in there, boom. Batter them both, combine them. Which is what he's doing right now. Though who on earth, that's one thing that's funny about the animation. Who on earth deep fries fish and fries at the same time? Like in the same vat. Because I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. You would always do it separately. It's kind of funny because the animation in this game does them both together. Because what if someone wasn't ordering the fish? Like, obviously it is in this case. But if someone wanted the fish but not the chips? All of your fish would taste like potato. It reminds me of Burger King fries in the sense that you always get a free onion ring with every fry order, and a free fry with every onion ring order. Because they're just done right on top of each other. Up, less than 1 million XP to go. It looks like we were right earlier. One more double and then one more knowledge point we should be in. Double covers like 350k. And then one knowledge point after. I'll be doing the double while we do a cooking bounty though. We're gonna turn in 4 of these and do the 10% on all of them. Oh, wait, I can't. Well, I can, but, can you get from Invincible to Scrap to Sentry in time? No. I think what I'm going to do is grab the 5 gathering nodes along the way or something. So I'm not going to do a potion on Pipe Alley nor on Invincible. But I would for Sentry, Scrap Merchant, and the 5 foraging things you get along the way. Because I don't think you can make it from Invincible to Scrap Merchant to Sentry while grabbing the Gathering Material, even if you skip the Gathering Material within 1 potion duration. It's too far away. You can do it from Little Lucy, but you can't do it from the Invincible. It's like an extra 4 rooms away. Because here it's not too bad. Like Little Lucy to Scrap Merchant to Sentry. But it's a little too far going from Invincible to Scrap Merchant to Sentry. I'd rather get the little bit extra forgery XP in. But I am curious when player trading comes out, how much stuff like this will cost. Like, how much can you buy chicken from another player? 1 silver? 2 silver? Same as pastry dough and everything else. Honestly, that's probably the first thing I'm doing when trading comes out. Mass buying chef supplies. So we never need to walk to that supplier again, ever. Particularly all the ones that require going to that chef. Not buying the forager or gather or other supplies, but very specifically the ones that are only sold from that one market. The Kevin's Ingredients Market. I want to buy up like every single one. Every person who went and bought like 10,000 bread, I want that bread. Every person that randomly got like 20,000 pastries, 5,000 chickens. We're going to buy all of them. As long as they're not too pricey. As long as they're within like the 1 to 2 silver range each. Yeah, a lot of people don't keep their poles. I've been keeping a mix. Because a lot of those poles, if you want to buy them outright later in the game, they're over like 10 silver each. They get pretty pricey. I've been keeping a lot more of them now that we've been getting higher level though. I think when we did Pine, we kept around 2,500. And when we do Hickory, I probably plan to keep about 5,000. As there's a lot of things to use it for better stonemason XP. Which saves you on a lot of stone. Also, Chef will finally not be our lowest level again. We have 3 207s. We will eventually do the 210 all push sometime soonish. Or probably after we finish the Xenoblade Chronicles series, though. Or who knows, maybe we'll do it in some of those morning streams as we're doing the game. maybe during the duration of it, we try getting it done. Or when we're actually playing it, we'll be, you know, AFK in like Chef or some other thing. But when we do a Brighter Shore stream every day, maybe that's what we poke at for the next week. After next week, like starting on Thursday or Friday next week. Do a week where we try finishing out 210 all. Because pretty much each one could just be a target for one day. Finishing out 2 Chef levels, finishing out 2 Forager levels, well technically 3. Finishing out 2 Woodcutting levels, finishing out 3 Bone Rate. Probably 2 if I do 1 day of AFK into that, just so we don't have to do as much. $300 all confirmed. Slowly but surely, we will keep raising the minimum bar. It will eventually happen. You know, when we did a poll on what we should do next, you know what won? The day we did that? It was getting 250 all. 250 all is what won. Between doing the Mines of Matumin grind and doing, like, whatever the other options were, like a combat pivot, some other things. The thing that was in first place was get 250 all. We'll be getting 210 all probably in a week or two. One step at a time. Mini milestones. The biggest issue with 250 all is it's basically the exact same time to get from 0 to 200. There are some exceptions to that, like all your tool upgrades that you have and a few other things like that. But it's roughly the same amount of time for most skills to go from 0 to 200 than it is to go from 200 to 250. So you're basically doing the whole 200 all grind again. There are some exceptions to that, though. Like passives being 4 times better, ventures being 4 times better. Like, it is way easier going from 200 to 250 Fisher than it is to go from 0 to 200 Fisher. That's mostly because how the venture works. Because it scales to be 4 times better post 200. Same as AFK activities. After this batch, we'll go save the 10% then. And go do our bounty run. So what do I need? I can sell my pies because you don't need any. I need 13 Tiger Ray and 2 lobster. Yeah, that's not too bad. Make the 2 lobster and just grab the Tiger Ray then. Unfortunately, no leek pie. The one thing we have like a billion of is the one thing that's not here at all. And there was also a bass on the board, so we technically got one of everything. The only reason I didn't take the bass is we dropped all the bass. We have none. We finally used up the final one so we can get our leeks a little bit quicker. As far as menuing them. Alright, so we'll sell all this, we'll bake all this, which is 13 tiger and 2 lobster. And then we'll go do the run with a 10% pot then. Using the 10% after we get to Scrap Merchant. Question is, after 500 Fisher, do you stockpile high-level ventures or change to mining or merch? I would definitely switch. Ventures are really good for EXP. So to be getting no EXP and only loot for them is kind of bad. There's also likely to be a lot of those resources brought in over time. If you're doing it because of player trading. Particularly at the lower range. I guess the higher range ones might hold a little bit better. But there's also way less people who can use them. Like, this oyster, honestly, might only be worth, like, 2 or 3 silver when player trading comes out. Just because of how many people are stockpiling them. Because the venture is so good to do. Because there isn't any venture stronger than fishing venture from a, EXP perspective. Which means the loot from it's going to actually be kind of worthless. Because everyone's doing it for EXP. And at 500, you don't get EXP anymore. Which is pretty much the whole point why people did them. Because everything that you get from them is going to be worth the less out of pretty much every venture. Because it's the only one that can be boosted. At least currently, anyways. The best one to pivot to is probably Merchant in case they unlock Brick and Tile soon. Because Perfect Brick and Perfect Tile are going to be worth a lot. But we don't know how much they're going to be worth. But if there's anything that can be worth a lot, they have the most amount of room to be worth a lot. Perfect Brick and Tile. They currently cannot be done though. But they might be unlocked from a quest. And if not unlocked from a quest soon, they might be unlocked from when Chapter 5 comes out. Or sure, hope so by then, gosh. That'd be kind of weird if they were. They currently cannot be done though. But Perfect Brick is at 253 and Perfect Tile is at 328. Yeah, you can have two active, most likely, but only one of them works at the moment. Right now, you can only ever do Grape or Cinnamon Stick. The other one of Brick and Tile, you can probably only do Brick or Tile. So you can only do one or the other. But they currently don't function, so there is technically only one. Either Grape or Cinnamon Stick. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, 13 mana ray is what I'm looking for. But at least from an EXP perspective, the second best one to go do, if you're not doing fishing, is the mining one. The mining venture has the best EXP rate relative to how long it would take to train the skill. Now counting Fisher. Fisher is the best. Mining's the second best. Detective's the third best, and Merchant is the worst. But because Merchant is the worst, it's the best sell price most likely. It really comes down to if we're going to have a tile, a bank, or a shop in the future that will be able to sell brick and tile. Because we don't know what kind of pricing that will be. But whatever it is, it's probably better to get it from the venture. But yeah, Merchant has the worst. Merchant is the worst EXP, technically, because it's so quick to get, but has the best material. And Fishing has the best EXP, but average material. Like, it's the one that will likely be the worst in a player market. Because the better it is for EXP, the more people that are going to be doing it, which brings down the price of everything. But a lot of that we don't really know until trading comes out. It's hard to tell. But some things will always hold value. Like, obviously all the chef ingredients will always hold some amount of value. Because there's a bare minimum value that they will always have. And they can't really go below. Or some things might go really, really high. Like if brick and tiles aren't sold from a shop. Assumably they are, but we don't know what kind of pricing they'll be. These brick and tiles are really speculative when trading first comes out. And then again, trading is planned to come out after Chapter 5, so not really. Because if trading comes out after Chapter 5, that won't be relevant then. Because Chapter 5 will already be out by then. And unfortunately, I am going to have to turn Invincible without a 5% pop, but it's fine. I gotta do it to make sure we can grab the foraging supplies and make sure we can actually make it there. And I can't use a 5%, otherwise I won't be able to 10% by the time we get to the other one. Come on, cooking, you're almost there. So close, yet so far. Honestly, this will almost get us there. We're about to get like 300k XP. We barely have to do any more. Oh, good old Oyster Venture. Get a level tomorrow. And soon we'll get a 5% bonus on it. Hey, why do I have this page up? Oh yeah, I was checking my EXP. Yeah, we're going to be pretty close. Because we're going to get 2 knowledge points, which is like 330k. Turning both our contracts right now, which is like another 100k. Yeah, we only need like 130k more XP. That's going to take no time at all. Yeah, we're almost done. At least for today. At least for our main goal. Yeah, throw this into Chef. I forget what item you wanted. That is not the right one. We'll grab the foraging supplies along the way. And it does look like we overshot the leeks a little bit. Or, you know, the supplies for them. But that's fine, because we just use them for contracts later. Just less time I'll need to go grab it later. I guess I didn't really put into account how much we would get from the bounties. Because we got a couple good ones, like Century and such. Scrap Merchant also pretty good. Oh, Detective Santa is working on combat. I was gonna say, it seemed like their combat was quite a bit higher, as if they've been training it, but they have been. Ooh, they're not training in the Blood Nettle room, though. How could you? The efficiency. Wait, does he even have the level to do that? I'm not even sure. Put that in there. Let's see, can he do Blood Nettle? Oh, I wanted, Chronopolis? Where is he? Ah, I see why he's not doing it now. Never mind. He's 55 Forager. Aha, I see why he's not doing Blood Nettle into combat now. I see the problem. I don't even think he can do normal Nettle. I think this is at like 83. He's out of any combat loop. That's actually really, really good. All the Blood Nettle are one tile away from each other. And you can just do combat in between every single one. Who was that, by the way? Oh, Chino. Chino! Hey! Oh, we got the 1000 combat keep. Nice. Looks clean. I've seen a couple people with it. Looks really cool, especially with metal armor. Oh, where am I going? Trying to put this away. Apparently, I might still be doing combat based on the fact he's going there. A lot of people we have added doing combat today. Alright, let's go finish this out. We got like 0 XP left to go. 108k. Let's go do it. Yeah, that triple nettle spawn in the Hero Beast room is really, really good. I don't think there's any foraging spot for any gathering skill better than that. It's a triple loot within one tile away within range of combat. It is so good. Though it is a lot better for Hammer Mages and Cryo Knights to kill, though. Because I don't believe Guardian has a two-handed Necromay weapon. Hammer Mage has the quickest hitting one. Cryo Knight has the slowest hitting one. And Guardian is in between, but it's one-handed instead of two-handed. Of course, you don't have to use a Necromay weapon against them, but it is helpful. Also, getting your stripe to be at that exact range is so hard to do these days, though. That's one really annoying thing with the striping system. You know how far we would have to go to get back to doing them again? Because at this point, they're too low to do. 846 is way too low. Even Carnivorous Plant, when we were doing it earlier, was pushing it a bit. But we would have to go from level 879 combat to... Wrong chapter. We don't even get it on our next stripe. Wait, do we not? No way. We don't even get it on... Oh, no, right there. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say. Yeah, we'd have to go from 879 to 1195. We'd have to do like 300 something levels. Like 324, somewhere around there. That is so crazy. There's one really bad issue with the striping system. It takes so long if you want to do like a really particular gameplay loop with a specific enemy. Like Potato into Carnivorous Plant or Blood Nettle into Hero Beast. Because I can't do this again to level 1195 and 1208. At which point I won't even need Blood Nettle anymore. Unless we really want some more 10% pots for Hope Fort. Or to sell them in player trading if they're not bad by then. Because they should sell for about 8 silver each, if not more. Maybe even more if people want to buy them in big bulk. They could sell for about 11 each. The shop, I think, sells them for about 10. But buying them from a player is more efficient since you can bank them instantly. Like you'd buy 1,000 of them, 10,000 of them. That's something I'm really curious to see when they do add an auction house. Initially, trading will be player to player. Unless they go back on that. But there's going to be some really funny auction house offers. Where someone's going to be selling like 10,000 plus of an object for way too much money. But someone will eventually buy it because they want the bulk. That's definitely going to be a strategy, assuming you could do that with the auction house. Like set up an offer or set up a sell for like 10, 20, 50, 100,000 of an item. But expect like 20, 30% more on each because it's such a huge bulk. Obviously for a lot of lower level range things that wouldn't make sense, but a lot of final products it would. Like if someone had like over 10,000 of a 10% XP pot or something. Which is why I mentioned Blood Nettle, because Blood Nettle is used for 10% Hope Port. You wouldn't make that many, because it would be pretty bad XP rate. But if you ever accumulated that kind of bulk, you could use it for such. I'm not sure how many you would need to chug every single skill, though. Like, if you had, let's say, 200 all in Hope Port, I'm not sure how many 10% you would need if you literally used one every 2 minutes. Because 10,000 would not be enough. That's actually not enough to do it. It is if you're only using on knowledge, of course. But if you're chugging one every 2 minutes, even 10,000 is not enough to be 10% boosted the whole time. Oh, is this our final inventory? It is. Oh, we're done. You know what? We got to keep going for one more inventory after this because we got to get our new bounties. We got to do at least one bounty run with the new and improved bounties that we did. Because the next reset is in 6 minutes, so we got to wait at least 6 minutes then, even though we're about to finish this inventory. But yeah, we'll do 2 more sets then. 10k XP pots is like 333 hours. The Meg, yeah, it's something insane. Well, isn't that high though? Because you can make more than 110 an hour. 110 is assuming you buy them from the shop, but if you already pre-gathered them and everything, I think it's closer to like, what, 130 per hour or something? I forget the number. How many can you make if you already have it pre-banked? Because I'm pretty sure 110 per hour is based on needing to grab all the supplies. I don't think that number is based on having them already banked. Oh, never mind. That's how long they last? Never mind. I thought we were talking about how long it would take to make them all. Let's see, how long would it take to make them all? Let's assume you could do 120 per hour. I think it's slightly higher than that if you already have them banked, but let's say it's 120 from already having them pre-banked. What is 10,000 divided by 120? Oh, one too many numbers. Divided by 120. Yeah, it would take a little under 100 hours, like 83 hours to go make them, give or take a little. But that's not too bad. For 10,000 of them. Like, that is a lot of time, like 80 plus hours. But as you mentioned, it lasts for 333 hours. So it's not too bad. Alright, grab that, grab that, grab that. Yeah, this will be our second to last pies then. We'll do this, gain our level. We'll do one more set, check our bounties. Do whatever's on the board with our new and improved bounty board. Which is the whole reason why we did this. Then we'll probably call it there. Then I'll head to the Alchemy AFK, go and grab dinner, and off stream I'll probably do Detective into smithing Stonemason, if that makes any sense. We'll be AFKing the Burt's Gallery into 200%ing into Blacksmith, into dumping the knowledge into Stonemason. So I'll be dipping all three. I'll be using the 7% on Blacksmith, the knowledge points from the 7% boost on Stonemason, and getting all that knowledge off of Detective. And then tomorrow's goal will be running the 315 investigation into merchant. I'm not sure if we're going to try all the way until we get a merchant level, but there it is, 208. We got it. The tasty cod and chips. Okay, I got to buy at least one to see how overly expensive this is. Actually, I'll need to probably buy some anyways because I need to do the bounty for it. There's probably going to be at least one bounty where we have to do cod and chip right now. But yeah, they are going to burn a lot. Not only is the cod, I think, around 10 silver, but the chip is around 6 silver. Like 6.5. And I have neither banked. I'm not sure what our game plan is for them. Because I'm probably going to be avoiding them most of the time. They're just way too expensive for what we get in return. Because we're spending like 16-ish silver each, 17 silver, somewhere around there. And there's no way we're getting even part of that back. At best, we're getting like 10 silver back, maybe. So we're losing like 7 silver each or something. And when I say 10 silver back, I'm referring to if we do if there were bounty. It would be even less if we sell it to him. Probably worth like 5 or 6 silver or something. In which case we'd be losing like 11 silver each. Which is definitely a no-go. I'll start fishing them once we get to 235. The potatoes I probably won't always buy though. As it's not worth going back to a lower tier potato. It's better just to pay the higher price and just deal with it. Oh, Scrap Merchant. This actually got re-rolled in something really good. That was not that before. But whenever you get a new dish, you get a re-roll on your chef bounty. It only re-rolls the ones that aren't already taken, though. Unfortunately, can't use it to re-roll the whole board. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to do one more inventory. Alright, let's do one more inventory. Because we gotta go kill like 3 minutes. And then we'll go do whatever's on our bounty. And if we don't have any cod and chips, I'll go separately go make it one single cod and chip then. I'm pretty sure we'll get a cod and chip bounty. There's a 1 in 5 chance that we get 4 rolls, so hopefully we'll get at least 1 cod and chip. Hopefully have a low number. But yeah, we can see this already moved up. Because what we were getting from Scrap Merchant earlier, like 51k, 50k, is what I was mentioning when I said it would be about 10,000 better. Because now we're getting about 55.8k, whereas before I'm pretty sure it was like 50-ish k, 51k. Somewhere's around there. So we got about a 10% upgrade. It's hard to tell because some dishes are slightly different, a few other things like that, but it is the same location that we're getting like 50k from earlier. So it does look like it's a little better. About 10-ish%, give or take a little. It's hard to tell exactly though. Because unless you have like the exact same bounty next to it, the exact same bounty, it's kind of hard to tell. Because they don't upscale once you get a better one. Like this one I still have now is based on 197 instead of 208. This is scaled based on 208. This is scaled based on 197. Because it's scaled based on when you got it. Even though the board refreshes to be the new ones, the ones that you already claimed do not get refreshed. To have the updated numbers. Alright, our final inventory of Leek Pie, at least for today. I'll still be needing them for bounties and stuff. Also, if I ever want to do the 217 push, we gotta do these again. But similar to how we did half the chef grind and did half the gather grind, we're gonna have to do half and half again. Where we do half the gather, or you know, the other half the gather grind to 224. Then the other half the chef grind to 217. But by then I should have like 210 chef. By the time we ever get around to that. Alright, we just gotta cook all these and then check what our bounties are. And then we're out of here. But of course we'll still be grinding throughout the day as we always do. Also, this knowledge will be going to Stonemason later. Gotta get that 233. So we can go back to actually training Stonemason again. In which case we have a lot to go do once we hit 233. We got like 3,700 banked, I think, somewhere around there. The only thing I hate about doing stonemason etching of stones, though, is it's 2 different rooms. For both smithing activities and Bonewright, it's all in one room. It's really annoying because you have to keep phasing through room to room, so you can never pre-click the storage. But you can pre-click it for the other 2. I never noticed that. Yeah, for bones, the storage rift is not in the room itself. I never noticed that. Like, I knew that the stonemason thing was the other way around, but I forgot that Bonewright basically is too. In the sense that it is the only skill where the storage of all your stuff is not in the room where you produce it. Whereas stonemason is the opposite, where it's the etching of the stones that is not in the same room as where you build everything. Whereas for both smithing activities, it's in the same room. Just in 2 completely different rooms on the complete opposite side of the map. They all have some kind of weird quirk to them. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Show me the card. Ah, we got it! And it's only 3! Not bad! Not bad at all. I'll take it. Alright, we'll take you. We'll take you because we already have you as well. We'll take you, we'll take you, and we'll take you. I'm not doing all of them right now, though. So 7 of these is free because we have them on us right now, obviously. So let me go sell the difference. Alright, good to go. Okay, what else do we need? What is this being turned into? This is Northwall. Do we have another Northwall? We have double Southwall for like 1 billion. Why? Why so many? I'm about to cancel them or something. Gosh, why so many? Why is everything like 10, 10, 9? Honestly, I might just do this and pipe alley thing. I don't know, do I have the inventory for it? Let me double check. Also, let me see how much it does if we go buy these from scratch. I want to see how astronomically high this is. Alright, how much money do we have to burn for every cod we touch? Keeping in mind that we're only getting, at least for this bounty, about 11 silverback each, which is about what we said earlier. It's like 11 point something. But this is for a small turn-in. Alright, where's cod? Yeah, they're 10 silver each on the dot. Ouch. Wait. Did they say they're only 178 though? Oh. Interesting. This is not the cod I thought it was. Huh. This is the lower tier cod. This isn't the one I can catch next. I think that's actually worse, not better. Because I'm not going to go all the way over there to go grab a lower tier cod. Wow, this dish is really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. Interesting. Oh, grab a few. Yeah, 10 silver each. Ouch. That is pricey. But yeah, that's not even the next one we catch. This is one we already technically had access to that we just didn't bother banking. Interesting, and I want to see how much a potato is. So it's 10 silver on the dot for the fish. And the potato is 6.7. It's 6.8 basically. Oh gosh. They're 16.8 each. Wow, that is highway robbery. Okay, we're basically never doing this bounty. We're getting like a, let's even say 12. We're getting 12 back each, but it costs 16.8. We're losing almost 5 silver each. That is not ideal. Okay, I think I'm just going to turn in these two. What is this again? Northwall and Pipe Alley. Oh no, do I bother turning in one of these two Southwalls? Honestly, I'm probably just going to get rid of both of them. Oh no, the juice one isn't as bad. I'll go to the juice real quick. It's mostly the lobster one that's annoying me. There's just too many lobsters for me to bother with right now. My brain can't handle that at the moment. I will do it later, probably. But that is too much effort to try doing now. Oh, I should have done the other step first. Whoops. Let's get our first time bonus. If we even have enough inventory for it. Oh wait, did I put all the cod away? I don't think any of them are in this stack now that I think about it. How much are in the stack? Oh no, they're there. They're just hidden at the bottom. Alright, let's go get our first time bonus on it. And then we'll go turn everything in then. But yeah, this is a really bad dish. You gotta do it for so long as well. You don't stop doing this? Actually, I think you get the next cod and chips before you even need to stop doing it, which is crazy. Yeah, they only sell for 6.6 each if you were to mass make it. Which means they're negative 10 silver each. If you weren't doing them for a cooking bounty. But yeah, we really got to start skipping them. Unless it says 4 or less. We're definitely never doing a bigger order. Honestly, even 3 or less. We're still losing money. So what is this? Double south wall and... oh no, it's north wall, south wall, pipe alley. There we go. But yeah, that is expensive. Wow. Yeah, that's an unfortunate dish. We'll still be doing it occasionally, I guess. But it has to be like a really small number or a really good location. Like if it says Century 10, maybe. We'll see. Like it's on one side it's Century, on the other side 10 is absurd for that. We'll see though. But anyways, does anyone else have any other questions? Any other things? Oh wow, we actually finished with 15 gold remaining. That's actually pretty nice. That actually makes so much more money than I was expecting. Doing leek pie over and over and over again. With the assumption that you gather it, of course. Obviously you burn money if you don't gather it. But if you already pre-gathered them all, it's actually not that bad. It's actually pretty good. Almost have enough for another 25 tool. Whatever last few we need. Alright, there we go. And now I'll go set up into the correct potion setup. Go grab some dinner. And leave us ourselves out of the alchemy AFK. As I am slowly trying to get to 248. So we can start doing alchemy again. Slowly but surely, I do want to get to 500 alchemy. So we can get all those juicy XP pots along the way. That's the main reason we're doing it, by the way. If you're wondering, why on earth are we still trying to train up alchemy here and there? It's the XP pots. It's pretty much exclusively because of the XP pots. Alright, what do I need? Later I'll be using Carnopolis. Probably need a few more of those as well. Especially for tomorrow because we're going to be using a lot for what we're going to be doing on stream. And then the rest are mines and Matubans. Grab like 50. We're not going to use that many. I use one every 200% meter. But I will need more of these because these will go down pretty quick. Even just tonight I'll be using more than this, let alone tomorrow. Oh, rip cash stack we were just talking about. There we go. It's worth it. You make more money. Like these these last for like 2 minutes for 3 silver. And every thief we catch is like 6.6 silver. We'll be fine. But anyways, guys, we'll leave it here for now. We will be back tomorrow around the same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time. Main game plan for tomorrow, assuming they don't release a new quest or any update at all, is, yeah, Detective. We're going to be doing Detective Merchant. We'll be doing the level 315 Detective, which we'll have unlocked by then for sure. And we'll be doing the Merchant to try to get closer to 242 so that we have access to Leather Worker again. We originally had access to this earlier, but they increased the level that you need for this and several others by 3. Like the Brick and Tile also got moved by 3. So even though I was doing this for like an entire day before the update, I actually don't have access to it anymore. So tomorrow's goal is to try to get close to that or get it all the way. We'll see. But the focus is to do detective. Merchant XP is just free on top of it. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys soon. Have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.